8:30 a.m. 8:30 a.m. Thanks everybody for getting up early or getting up at a normal time and showing up today. This is the energy code tag for residential. So welcome to that, especially to the many of you who are new to this tag and the tag process. This is going to be a less usual tag meeting because we're only considering the integrated draft today. So we have a much more limited scope today than we will in most future meetings. So we're limited to just a few things to consider as we compare the 2021 ICC code to the 2018 Washington State Energy Code Residential. And Krista has prepared a draft of the Washington State Energy Code Residential with the 2021 code overlaid on top of it. So that's what we're going to be looking at today, and the underlines and the markings are from the ICC code. And we're limited to just a couple things today, and I'm going to go over those in a minute. So next year we'll be doing our substantive work of updating the code, looking at proposals. There'll probably be 50 or 100 proposals that come in. That's next year. That's not today. I'm going to lay out a few ground rules. The tag can meet only in a public setting, so please never reply all to any emails that Krista or anybody else sends out about the tag stuff. You can talk to other tag members, but you cannot talk to a quorum of other tag members, and that includes via email or any other means. So we're meeting virtually for the time being. If you have issues in hearing or speaking, please use chat or email Krista or me to let us know that you're having issues. We want to hear from everybody, members of the public, and especially tag members. So please let us know if you're having issues, and we'll try and solve them as best we can. So we have a large number of people, and we don't get the visual cues in a virtual setting that we normally do that help guide the conversation. Most of you have your cameras off, and so I don't see like heads nodding, and normally when I see heads nodding, we can move on. So I'm going to ask you to use your reactions. So if everybody can look at the bottom of their screen or wherever they see it, it says reactions, and you can use like a clapping for like, I really agree with that, a thumbs up for I also agree with that, a heart if you really, really love something in the code. If we get done on time, you can use a party thing. You can also use the red X, which means you disagree with whatever's being said, which means we probably should spend more time on it, or just agree to disagree. But so the red X, once you put it up, you have to click it again to turn it off, or else it will stay up forever and you will disagree with everything that is said in the future. We're going to try and do allow for some actual discussion without raising hands, but to the extent that gets muddy, then we're going to use the raise hand feature. And as soon as you raise your hand, I will write it down on my piece of paper, and then I will go in order of hands that I see raised. Now, Zoom isn't perfect about putting them in the order, so I will do it in the order in which I see the hands raised, which may not be exactly right, but feel free to unmute and speak up if you think I have missed you when you had your hand raised. Likewise, you have to lower your hand by clicking on the same button in order to lower it later. Please get your point as quickly as you can. We have a great number of specialists in the virtual room and want to take into consideration all of the expertise. So say your piece and then let others talk. We don't need 10-minute diatribes from anybody. Be respectful, we're all adults, and this includes the chat, right? Please. We follow Robert's rules newly revised. Those prescribe a number of the ways we can do things. I'll run this meeting fairly informally, but if we get into really contentious issues, we will follow Robert's rules to the letter, and Krista and I can bring those up or anybody can bring those up as they want. Lastly, this is the technical advisory group. What we do after we do it goes to the MVE committee, the Mechanical Ventilation Energy Committee, and then also go to the council. So what we do here is never final. It's never the code as it's going to be written. So there are times for public comment in this meeting and times for public comment in almost all future meetings. So this residential energy code will go through, I don't know, probably 12 or 15 public setting times for people to weigh in on it and say their piece. Okay, so the rules for today. The legislature has directed the council to progress the energy code towards a 70% energy use reduction by 2030. But we don't need to worry about that today. Basically today, we'll look at the integrated draft that Krista has prepared. This includes a markup of the Washington State Energy Code Residential with language of the model code developed at a national level, where it potentially improves our code or makes it more stringent. We're really only looking today at whether the model code moves us forward or not, or makes the code more clear. To keep us on track time-wise, I'm going to cut off discussion when it diverges from this goal. There's a lot of issues with the code that we can talk about for the next many months, but we're not going to talk about those today, except for the few things of, does the model code language in the integrated draft move us forward or make the code more clear or easy to understand. We will then, after this meeting and possibly another meeting, then this will go out for public comment. And then we'll have a window of 30 to 60 days for people to submit proposals for the code. After that, then the tag will get together and review those proposals and have hot debates on whether a proposal is a good idea or not, technically feasible and all the other stuff. And I see Dave Bailon's hand raised, but I'm gonna, I just wanna finish my thought here. So that's the process. And if we see an issue with the code, like we all know there's lots of issues with the code, there always will be. Write a note to yourself to make a code proposal to change it later. We cannot substantively change the code today to make it better unless the model code made it better. So, so we might also assign homework today, and we might assign someone, or someone might volunteer to make a code proposal to improve something that we agree is an issue today. So that's the introduction that I'm going to give. Dave.
So the reason I raised my hand is because there are because of the way the integrated code language is put together, there are now provisions in the prescriptive path in 402 that are in contradiction or redundant with provisions in 406, the option table, and so there's no place in the integrated draft where those were resolved. I don't think they could have been, but I don't quite understand how we're supposed to proceed. This is not because the code is more or less stringent. It is in the prescriptive and not in the option, but because it's internally contradictory, and I'm not sure. Are we supposed to try and resolve that today or any other time, or is this all subject to a code change proposal?
So you're saying, if I understand you correctly, that there are things in the rest of the code that, because R406 was, custom to Washington, the model code didn't, when it was overlaid onto the Washington State code, now maybe requires some things that are options in the 406 table.
Correct.
Yeah. Krista, do you have a thought on that?
I'm leaning both ways to both delete it out of 406 or just leave it and wait for a code change proposal.
You can't straight ahead delete it because in some cases there are points associated with it, which now no longer are really appropriate if they're in the prescriptive path.
Yeah. What we did with the commercial code, if I recall correctly, was just take allow a certain path to be we know it's imperfect in the integrated draft, and then code change proposals will change it later. And so we know that if we would not want to implement the code as put out for public comment in the proposal period. And we just had to live with that because we didn't want to have to surgically adapt the R406, in that case, the commercial, but in this case, the R406 table to the new code. So I guess I would lean towards, if it's really easy to change R406, we do that. But once we get complicated, I think we know that R406 will get some code proposals about it. So I guess that'd be my preference, is to leave it imperfect right now.
So it would imply that that it get restructured actually to make it so that it actually works better, or works with this prescriptive code, or we would change the prescriptive code as it is in the model standard, so that it makes less of a problem for the 406. But that requires some kind of inquiry into what kind of performance we're trying to get, and from which part of the code are we trying to get it.
Yeah, and I think that's a good question for the bank to answer in the near term. I'd like to hear from Gary.
Yeah, I think, Joe, what your suggestion was probably pretty good, and let's see if we can get through this thing and get into more of a discussion on that and tackle it when the time comes. But I'm sure there's going to be plenty of spots where there's additional complications. But thanks for seeing that right away, David.
Okay, so I guess I'm gonna take a straw poll. So use your reactions if you're a tag member. And I guess the question I'm gonna ask, and this is not an official vote or anything like that, we don't have a motion or anything, but does that seem like a decent path to leave R406 largely unchanged structurally right now, versus trying to surgically modify it right now, or structurally modify it? Okay, I'm seeing thumbs up. I'm not seeing anyone saying that that's a bad idea. So that's the path we'll go through. Dave and others, if there's easy ways to change 406 so that it, if you can just strike something out and because now it's in the prescriptive, I think that would be acceptable. But I think anything beyond that is just going to take a lot of time, and really it should be a code proposal. So, all right, Dave, you can lower your hand unless you have another comment or question. Okay, so that's the welcome and introductions. We should do a roll call, Krista.
Okay. Chell Anderson,
Present.
Mike Fowler,
Good morning.
Mark Sniffen,
Present.
Oh, Krista, well, I guess since this is our first meeting, why don't we have everybody briefly introduce themselves, or just say what entity or what group they're representing, and maybe why they're interested in code, a sentence about that.
okay, back to Mike Fowler.
Hey, good morning, Mike Fowler. I represent architects on behalf of AIA Washington Council, and we believe codes are an effective measure to reach our state climate goals.
Mark Sniffen, the building official for the city of Mount Vernon, and been in the business a long time, interested in the codes. And my expertise, by the way, is a former electrical inspector and master electrician.
Jeremy Moore, Chris Holliday, Wade Craig,
Yeah, Wade Craig, Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. Been in new construction, retro HVAC for years, and Energy Star and PTCS and all that. So very familiar.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Hello, Dwayne Johnlin, City of Seattle. Codes are my life.
Lisa Rosenau, Jonathan Jones.
This is Jonathan Jones with Washington State University. I'm stepping in on behalf of educators and the Technical Code Support Hotline.
David Reddy.
David Reddy with O'Brien 360. I'm representing energy modelers, and I'm a building performance consultant that works with a lot of different clients, navigating and documenting code compliance.
Gary Hickinen.
Yeah, hi, Gary Hickinen, representing gas utilities. This is my third go around. I've been on the energy code tag since the 2015 update. So very much an interest of mine, and very much look forward to contributing. Thanks.
Kevin Duell.
Hi, it's Kevin with Northwest Natural, also representing gas utilities. I'm an alternate to Gary, mechanical engineer by training and designer. And hey, codes make the building world go round.
Andrea Smith.
Yeah, hi everyone. Andrea from Building Industry Association of Washington. We're primarily interested in how codes impact housing and the cost of housing. So, yep, thank you.
Irina Rasputnis.
Hi, I am with Seattle City Light, and I represent electric utilities. And I'm here because utilities have an interest in the code.
Chris Burrows.
Hey everybody, Chris Burrows here with Puget Sound Energy. I'm the electric utility alternate. I'm here to help all you guys understand the impacts that we can see from code changes onto our customers. I am a certified energy manager and I have 20 years experience in the electrical and HVAC energy efficiency fields.
Amy Wheelis. Poppy Storm. Greg Davenport.
Good morning, everybody. Greg Davenport here. I have been with Mitsubishi Heating and Cooling for the last 5 years. And before that, I worked for 6 or 7 years on utility energy efficiency programs here in the Puget Sound area.
Albert Rooks.
You're muted, Albert.
Thanks, Dwayne. Good morning, everyone. Albert Rooks. I'm with Passive House Northwest and Small Planet Supply. I think I'm an alternate for Greg Davenport for manufacturers and suppliers, if I remember an email from 6 months ago correctly. Happy to help.
Henry Odom.
Hi, Henry Odom with Ecotope. I'm representing mechanical engineers on the tag. Myself and certainly Ecotope has completed many residential kind of batch modeling studies for state of Washington, the region, code development. So hoping to bring that expertise to the tag here.
Gavin Tenold.
Morning, everyone. I'm Gavin Tenold. I represent the solar installers of the state on behalf of the Washington Solar Energy Industries Association. I've been interested in code since I studied to become a certified passive house consultant and built and performed the passive house calculations for several of the first certified passive houses in the state.
John Lang.
Hi, I'm Gavin's alternate, 20-year solar industry veteran, here to lend expertise when needed.
Patrick Hayes. Luke Howard.
Good morning, Luke Howard, Department of Commerce. I've been working in implementation of residential energy code for the last decade plus. Happy to be here. This is my first tag appointment.
Bill Kraus. Okay, that's all the tag members, and we do have a quorum this morning.
Yay. Any members of the public? We usually ask if any members of the public want to introduce themselves.
This is Dave Balin. I was called away from the phone, so I'm not sure if she called my name or not. And thus I'm not sure whether I'm on the tag or not.
You are on the tag as, I think you're the primary for codes consultant, if I'm remembering.
Okay. I'll introduce myself. I'm Dave Balin. I'm been an energy code consultant of one sort or another since about 1975. And I've been on, I think, every tag since 1997, at least every residential tag. And I am the primary author of the option formats that are used in this code, and I'm very familiar with how they are put together and how they are not put together for purposes of making changes in them. I'm expecting to be fairly active in this process, especially as it relates to that part of the code.
Thanks, Dave. We have members of the public. Kelly.
Hi, Kelly Marson here. I'm representing, or yeah, I guess not officially representing, but be member of public, but I work in the manufacturing design sector. I'm with Panabode International up in Canada. So not the Panabode some of you may be familiar with in Washington State, but we use the solid Western red cedar interlocking build system. So very interested in what's going on with code and how it relates to our building system, which is not conventional. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. Carolyn.
Hi, Carolyn Logue, here watching the tag process as part of my work for the Washington Air Conditioning Contractors Association and the Northwest Hearth Patio and Barbecue Association. Second, I think this is going to be my first full time through the tag process. It's going to be fun.
Thanks. Alex Rummel.
Hey, good morning. Alex Rummel, State Representative for the 40th District. I represent the House Democratic Caucus to the State Building Code Council. I'm excited to see this work moving forward. Energy efficiency is critical to meeting our climate change goals as a state. I think it's also critical to saving consumers money and bringing down the cost of living in homes and buildings around our state.
Thank you, Representative. Kyle.
Hey, good morning. Kyle Bergeron from the Air Conditioning, Heating, and Refrigeration Institute, representing, we're a trade organization representing HVAC manufacturers. So just here to see what's being proposed and how it might impact our members.
Thanks, Kyle. Rich. And Rich, you're on mute.
Sorry. This is Rich Anderson. I am Director of PMG Technical Resources with the International Code Council. My area of responsibility is for all things plumbing, mechanical, fuel gas, swimming pool and spa, private sewage disposal code. And then when you get into like Chapter 11 of the residential code, and then the IECC and the International Green Construction Code, where those disciplines overlap. Just listening in and just want to make myself available to this tag as a resource. If there are questions, I can take it back to ICC, maybe get some clarity on a few things, and just here to support your efforts overall. So thank you for having me.
Thanks, Rich. Dwayne Llewellyn.
Yes. Hey, everybody. This is Dwayne Llewellyn. I provide training and technical support on the commercial side, and I'm just listening in to figure out what you guys are up to on the residential side.
Thanks, Dwayne. Jeanette.
Hi, Jeanette McCaig with Washington Realtors. Just very interested in residential codes, especially as with respect to their impact on housing and housing costs and how we can get more housing built faster. So thank you.
Thanks. Amy, who is a tag member.
Yeah, I heard you didn't hear me speak earlier, so I just wanted to say I'm here. Amy Wheelis, Northwest Energy Coalition.
Thanks, Amy. And Jim Melbauer, who is a code council member.
Yes, good morning, thank you. I just thought I'd take a chance and listen in and do this process and learn a little bit. So I'll be attending at least till 10 o'clock. All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jim. All right, Jim and Jeanette, you still have your hands up. But we are now ready to actually do our first official business, which is review the agenda, which you see in front of you. And once you've read all 6 lines of it, a tag member could make a motion to approve it, or someone could attempt to modify it with a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion on the agenda? Okay, all in favor of approving the agenda as written, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we have an agenda. Timeline and outline of the adoption process and expectations. Krista, is that you?
We kind of went over that earlier.
Yep. Yeah, so basically, do you have anything to add to what I said, Krista?
No, other than we don't really know yet when the proposal window will be open for the residential energy code. We're anticipating sometime towards the end of February, beginning of March. So once we get through this integrated draft, we'll have a good starting point and people can at least get started on their proposals, and we look forward to getting them nice and early this time.
All right.
Wait, excuse me, you just said that the proposal window will only start in February or March?
That's when it will be officially opened. We will accept them at any time, obviously, but
I think
generally.
So maybe May, when the deadline is?
Probably about then, yes.
If we get through this in one day, it will be out earlier, but we may not. Chris.
Unmute, sorry. Just curious on, I know with the commercial one, we were kind of going to be done in August was kind of the date we were going for. Is that the same with the residential, or are we trying to get this to the next level before that?
I would love to get this done well
before that.
Yeah.
We
Right.
have no wiggle room at all on
Yeah, that's
this
what
one.
Yep.
Okay.
So we need to be done, or I'm hoping by July.
Okay, cool.
Yep. And the ultimate deadline is by the end of November. We need to have, the council needs to have voted it forward in order to have it in effect July 1 of 2023. So we backed up dates from that to today, and so we need to get through as much of it as we can today. Okay, and then I'm going to limit people to just the things I said. We're just going to focus on whether the model code moves us forward or makes things clearer or not. We're not going to focus on other issues except to the extent that write stuff down and take it as homework for a proposal later. Okay, set meeting schedule. Krista, is that something we're going to do?
Well, I'm assuming that we will need a second meeting to get through the integrated draft. And that's probably not going to happen before the holidays.
No.
And we just need to determine if Fridays are still a good meeting time day. And we will set another meeting sometime in January. So please let me know your availability.
January 7th seems like an opportune date. Does anybody really couldn't make the 7th, and any tag members that couldn't make the 7th and think that that's a bad idea? put your red X up if you think it's a bad idea. Okay, let's meet January 7th, 8:30 until we get her done. 8:30 in the morning until we get her done. So tentatively put that in your calendar, and Crystal will send out an appointment when later. Okay. And then we'll figure out meeting schedule beyond that once the proposals come in and get out. Okay, so let's get to it. So Chris is going to scroll through it, and as you see things underlined, that means it's changed. And then there's these great comments to the right that are usually where it came from at the model code level, and some explanation of it. But as Krista scrolls through, she's going to ask some questions, or if you see something that you think is a bad idea or a good idea, please shout it out. If we get too much chaos, we'll ask to raise hands. So, all right, let's begin.
Could you clarify when we're looking at something that is from the model code or from the IECC model code, and when it is essentially some kind of change that was inside of our existing language that that was not from the model code, or was at least result of the model code but not directly? Is that, I mean, I don't understand when it's red, does that mean it's from the model code but not from our code? And when it's green, does that mean something else?
Green means it was moved from another location.
Mm-hmm.
Red is strikeouts or additions coming from the model code. There are occasions in the comments where I've noted that I've modified the new language from the model code somewhat to fit with our existing requirements. But all of these changes are ultimately coming from the model code.
Okay.
So we're starting off with the administrative provisions, and most of that is editorial. If there's anything in there that anybody has a problem with.
Chris.
No problem. Could you define CE, and then I noticed that it says ASM down low as locations. Could you define what those locations are?
Those are identifiers that the ICC uses for their code change proposals. So CE stands for commercial energy. ADM is administrative.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, so this one comes from CE 10. So a code change proposal number 10 from the Energy Code. You'll see a part 1 through 5 or 6 sometimes, and that's just if somebody has a proposal that hits all of the codes. Each various part is specific to one code.
I guess one other good thing to cover is that the residential code covers single family and then multifamily 3 stories and below in general. So we are talking about some very large multifamily projects fall under this code as well. But 4 stories and above generally, or 4 stories and above, fall under the commercial code. Just so everybody knows generally what we're talking about here.
Sorry, my clock is hitting the top of the hour here. A little late. So I've also stuck the reason statement in from some of the code change proposals that are more substantive. And some of the sections were moved around a little bit. So this is the same language that was previously there. It just moved from section R107 to R104. And inspections moved locations as well. And it got split out to 2 different sections. So you've got inspections and notice of approval. More relocations. Some minor wordsmithing in the stop work order. Some changes to means of appeal that again were mostly editorial. And that puts us into the definitions. And the change to accessible is similar to the changes that took place last cycle because people were getting accessible confused with the accessibility provisions. Air permeable insulation was removed and it just got incorporated into the code language rather than as a definition. There's a new definition for cavity insulation. Rewrite number 112 on demand recirculation water system. New definition for dimmer. A definition for dwelling unit enclosure area. Definition for skylights that incorporates the tubular daylighting devices. And here's a divergence for high efficacy light sources. I have included both our current state amendment and the new ICC language. They are similar, but not quite the same. So this is an area where the tag should make a determination on which definition they prefer.
All right, anybody have thoughts on black or the red? Now, Krista, I thought we had a lighting, didn't we have a lighting designer on the tag, but I don't actually see it this cycle.
I don't think we do for the residential side.
I thought CJ was on last residential code cycle.
Well, we didn't have a separate tag last cycle. It was all just one energy tag.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So we're lacking the lighting consultants.
For whatever it's worth, before I did my Mitsubishi gig, I spent 6 years doing this kind of lighting stuff.
Okay. Well, if you have a thought on the black or the red here, we'd love to hear from you. But first, we're going to hear from Gavin.
Jill, I want to make a motion that we table this to homework for Greg Davenport. Come back to this at our next meeting. Just take a look at this in more detail.
Okay, just so everybody knows, you don't necessarily have to make a motion for that, but since you made a motion, Gavin, we need to follow that motion to its conclusion. So does anybody want to second that motion? Okay, motion dies for lack of a second. We can discuss things before we make a motion as well. So Irina.
I guess I have some lighting expertise as well as the executive director of the Lighting Design Lab. So I don't know if you're looking for us to weigh in right now.
Yeah, please.
Okay. My recommendation would be to go with the red language, the IECC language.
Okay. David.
Yeah, I'm not a lighting expert, but I think the red language is good because it addresses lamps separately from luminaires and gives a specification for both.
Great. Does everybody agree with the red? Does anybody show your red X if you disagree with using the red language? Okay, I'm seeing that the red language is probably preferable. We'll use that for the integrated draft, and thank you for your expertise. All right, let's move on. And Irina, you still have your hand up. So either lower it or I can call on you again. There you go. Okay.
New definitions for occupant sensor controls and on-site renewable energy.
Ellie, you raised your hand.
Sorry, yeah, I was just going to ask you to scroll back up to read what you wrote for log wall. It looks like there's no change there. Yep.
No.
Yeah, okay, so it covers both load bearing and non-load bearing. Great, thank you. And I have a question here, maybe while I have myself unmuted. Things like, looking at low embodied carbon, material embodied carbon emissions, that type of thing. Does that come in here as well? Like, I don't see any definitions related to that.
So we're limited today, Kelly, to only our existing code 2018 residential versus whatever was put into the model code. We can't consider anything else today other than the language in the existing 2018 Washington State residential code and the model code. So if it's not in either, we're not talking about it today.
Okay.
But code proposals about embodied carbon or other things are very welcome starting in a month or two.
Okay, great. Yeah, we're obviously seeing that in other jurisdictions moving quickly. So, okay, thank you very much.
Okay, great.
And then the companion change to ready access to go with the change to access. Two new definitions for renewable energy certificate and renewable energy resources. New definition for thermal distribution efficiency. And that's it for the definitions.
I apologize. Could you scroll back up to the thermal distribution just real fast? I'm trying to see if it says the word ducts in there. Are we wanting to use the same term for hydronic distribution systems?
I didn't fully understand your, was it a question, Jonathan, or a suggestion? And you're on mute.
I clicked the button, but not hard enough. I apologize. It just specifically specifies the word ducts in here, and there are other types of thermal distribution systems. So like hydronic heating, radiant floor systems. And so I was just trying to see if this was, if we were just wanted this term specific isolated to ducts, or should this be other distribution systems as well?
I think it depends on how it's used within the body of the code.
David.
Yeah, it's referenced in a section of the code, specifically in the context of ducts as a to describe a requirement. So I think it's only intended to cover ducts.
But code change proposals could be envisioned that would modify the definition and allow it for hydronic systems. So
Yeah, there's the code change that it comes from. Okay. One of the changes in the 2021 code was adding a new climate zone that did somewhat affect Washington, but since our climate zones are pretty much set by statute, I did not make any changes to our current table.
so the code is limited to 2 climate zones, and it's very specific. So we're not able to put the model code language into our code because of that. That's what the commercial tag, the same conclusion the commercial tag came to. So we would take legislation to change that.
And some changes to the insulation markings. And then this is where they move the definition for air impermeable insulation.
This was at one time a definition. and
Yeah.
Now it's a provision of 303. Was there any good oh, there is a reason noted here. Okay. Seems like it still needs to be a definition, but all right.
Yeah, it seems a little strange to me too, but this is where ICC chose to put it.
We could, I think we have the purview today to not accept this change and leave it in the definitions if we thought that was a good idea.
Yeah, I agree with David, and I think it's a good idea to put it back in definitions.
How do people feel about that? Thumbs up, red X's.
Well, could I just make a comment where it doesn't really matter that much? I think it's always better to just leave stuff alone and not have to change it if there's some specific need to be different than the national standard, then we should change it.
Well, you know, I don't disagree with that statement. I just look at when I'm looking for how to explain an air permeable insulation and I need to find that information, I'm going to first search definitions. So maybe the proposal is leave it in both spots.
If you don't put it in definitions, then every time you refer to it in any way that makes any difference in the code, you have to refer to R303.1.5. If you do leave it in definitions, then you can just put in italics and call it, and it'll automatically be referring to the definitions carry. And so it is a more flexible way to use this term than just putting it in a code provision.
Anybody else want to weigh in on this question? I guess is it decent code language to include it in both places, or is that just likely to result in a mistype of something and then contradictions?
No, only in one place.
Okay, well, all in, this is a straw poll. Everybody who thinks it should be left here because it's in the model code and in the code language where it specifically applies, show me your thumbs, or you're clapping, or you're. Okay, I see 4 thumbs up. Or, well, actually, a lot more thumbs up now, and someone put 2 thumbs up. That's okay. How and everybody who thinks it should be removed from here and just put in the definitions, raise your thumb now. Okay, I saw more thumbs up for the first option. So let's go with that one.
Should I ask a quick question on that?
Sure.
So there's some discussion on leaving it here and also including it in definitions. The challenge that you have with that is trying to keep up with it in both places. But as I read it, it really does read more like a definition rather than a requirement. That's my personal opinion on that. But you know, the code language should give you some direction. This gives you a definition.
It does seem like a definition. Okay, well, go ahead, Jonathan.
The other issue that I have with this is under the siding section. So there's other places where area impermeable insulation may be installed in a building. You know, so that's why I was looking, but that's why I proposed with David that what David said, and I supported. It'd be better off being a definition because the siding is not the only place where there will be an area impermeable insulation in a building.
Gary.
Yeah, that isn't in the siding section, but.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Joe.
It's listed right underneath the insulation side.
Yeah.
Gary.
Sorry, Joe, I don't have a question or comment on this. And I apologize. I can't find the chat function if we wanted to put something in the chat, for example.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
Yeah, I think it got disabled for this meeting. It got disabled for the council meeting, and I don't think I put it back in.
Okay, well, while I've got the floor here, I'll be leaving the meeting around 10 o'clock and maybe gone until 11 or 11:30, but Kevin Duell is here as my alternate in case any votes are needed. So I just wanted to let you guys know that. Thanks.
Thanks, Gary. Okay, so we still are at this quandary, trying to find a solution that is reasonable. We took a straw poll and leaving it in place seemed to have more support. I guess that's probably the direction to go in, and code change proposals could modify that. So in the interest of time, let's move on, and unless somebody has any strong objection to doing so. Okay, let's move on.
Okay, the readily accessible label is now readily visible label. This is a long note that goes with the next section. So the methods of compliance for the 2021 residential energy code were changed considerably. Just for ease of use, I left ours as currently amended. There are options of adding some of this back in, but it just seemed cleaner to leave the numbered list rather than separate subsections for everything. So this is another opportunity for the tag to weigh in on how this is structured.
Okay, so does anybody have thoughts on moving forward with the way it's written now in the draft integrated draft, or modifying it to be more like the model code?
Was
It's
there
more better.
any discussion in the model code why this additional level of detail is required here? I mean, it doesn't look like it's crucial to the discussion of the code, but I can't quite tell. Is it just to make it so it's clear what constitutes compliance paths that are otherwise mentioned in the particular sections that they're in?
Model is developed and now
Okay, that's interesting.
Not in there.
RE15 is not there.
I think I like Kristen's solution better than this language, at least until I understand what it's supposed to be doing.
Anybody else want to spend more time on it, or agree with Dave that what Krista did is satisfactory for the integrated draft? Okay, let's move on, and if anyone has further thoughts later, they can bring those up at a future tag meeting or submit a proposal if they think it's should be changed or could be changed for the better.
You know, the only thing I would bring up in this particular case is that there's now credit selections in 2021's IECC that are referenced as R408, and we have a lot of language here pointing to R406. So it'd be a good idea to kind of pick where we want our energy credit selections to remain, and that will help with cleaning up the language as we go.
Are you suggesting that we rename R406 as R408 to align with the model code?
I think that'd be easiest, because I imagine there is a guy from the national codes here, and maybe he can speak on behalf on what the intent is, but I believe they probably intend to leave it R408. So I'm just wondering if we could possibly align that with those guys.
Who was that from the model codes? I'm forgetting your name.
just to cut in real quick on that, as you look at the proposals that are being discussed right now, that section R408 remains, may make sense to just keep it as 408, just renumber in the Washington Code.
Yep. Okay, well, we'll get there to R406, and then we can consider whether we renumber R408 and move some other things around, I guess, when we get there. And then that would require some editorial clarification changes earlier, find and replace. Okay, well, let's move to the next page.
So there were some tweaks made to the requirements for the certificate. Just broke it out into a list to make it easier to use and added some clarification. The requirements for vapor retarder were moved up into the general section of the building thermal envelope.
Yeah, Krista, this is David. Could you go back to the compliance certificate U factor for Windows, item 2 here? So the additional language here, where there is more than one value for each component, the certificate shall include the value of the largest area and the area weighted average value if available. I guess that to me is confusing language in terms of, is it if available either of these, or what's the requirement here? Or maybe we should make it just say the area weighted average value and strike the if available and only require one reported value.
Yeah, I agree that it's unclear as written. If available, does it apply to both or one? And I don't know how you'd show compliance if you don't provide either of those.
This is a code. It better be available or you don't get a permit. Just take it out.
I mean, I don't know. I would say the requirement is based on the area weighted average value of the fenestration in this case. So in my mind, that's the best value to report.
And maybe that's where the language ought to be corrected to show that it's based on the area weighted average value. It's the clearest way to spell that out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have something marked up on the screen. If I don't hear from anybody else, I will assume that we're all generally okay with the language as modified. Okay. Oh, Mark.
Yeah, I had a question on the kind of two questions. Is one is the intention for jurisdictions to generate this certificate with these new items on it, and two, when we talk about the results of the whole house mechanical ventilation system flow rate test, I'm not really familiar with ever having to capture that, or that as being a requirement to demonstrate a flow rate test for the whole house mechanical ventilation system. Is that something that is relatively new, or?
So Krista outlined that the answer to your first question is the builder is supposed to provide this But does anybody want to answer the question about the mechanical ventilation system flow rate test?
I think this is Albert Rooks, and in some jurisdictions, I suppose more in Canada, whole house ventilation systems are required to have a final commissioning report by independent commissioning agent, which would show the whole house ventilation rate. I don't know if that applies here, but hopefully it does someday.
The mechanical code
Okay, thank you.
requires the flow test at the discretion of the building official.
I look at a lot of houses out in the field. I don't see many of these here in Washington.
And I don't see where it's, if it's a discretionary thing, then I don't think we should have it listed as a mandate. Because I know I've never required that. And then I'd also like to comment that I would like to see the cost component when this was put in, because I believe requiring that would, of course, raise the cost of compliance.
Okay, I think just from a kind of point of order perspective, the black language is language that's already in the code, in the 2018 code in the state of Washington. We, to the best of my knowledge, don't have purview to change that today unless the model code modifies it. Is that correct, Krista?
That is correct.
Okay, so I think this discussion is better for the proposal time, Mark. So,
well, but I'm not recalling where that is a mandate. In other words, I don't have a code section that requires that whole house mechanical ventilation system. So I don't know how I can require it to be on a certificate. I mean, because the question I'll get is that, hey, I don't know what value to put in here because you don't require it, or would it just be an NA on that?
If I may, in the last code cycle, both the mechanical code and the IRC include language around this issue that requires, not only does require a ventilation system, which is required in our code. I'm not sure why that's confusing, but in the last code cycle, language was put into both those codes to require a test and some certification, or at least documentation provided to the building official that it was in fact done and that it was in fact meeting the intent of the intent and requirements of the code. So this is in here. Well, as far as I know, most of that was done in the last code cycle.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just not familiar with it.
No, so it just became.
I suggest you, especially for the IRC, the 1504, I think, is a good section to review for this purpose. And it was a matter of debate. So I mean, I don't actually remember who was on what side, but that was the final decision of the code council.
Thank you.
Okay, just for timeliness purposes, this is not something we can change today. So unless you have a comment on something, if you have a comment on something else, raise your hand. We can't change this today. So let's move to the next red section. David, ready?
Yeah, there is a new section for testing in R403.6.2. So I guess now it's applicable at any rate.
Now it's what?
There is a new red section added in R403.6.2 for testing of the system. So I guess if anything, now it's applicable if it wasn't before.
Okay.
So
okay, when we get to that section, we'll discuss. Kevin.
Thanks, Joe. Hey, on number 6 there, where we're adding a category for on-site photovoltaic panel systems. Can we add some language there to state that you need to provide the annual electrical generation as calculated by NREL software, similar to what we have in R406, because array capacity, inverter efficiency, panel tilt, and orientation doesn't really provide like the energy that's being produced.
Krista, is that something we can do today?
Yeah, to make it more consistent with the existing code.
Yeah.
If it did, okay. Okay, so you would add and panel tilt.
Yeah, like after panel tilt, or after orientation, you would say, and electrical generation calculated using National Renewable Energy Laboratory calculator, PV watts, or approved alternate by the code official. And that's the same language that we have in R406 3.6.1.
Okay.
Okay, National Renewable Energy Laboratory.
Calculator.
So National Renewable Energy Laboratory probably should be calculated because it's an entity.
Right.
Oh, whoa. I didn't know you could do that in Word. I'm going to have to learn something.
PV watts. That's an acronym. After calculator.
Yep.
Put in, what was it?
PV watts.
Watts, W-A-T-T-S.
We're not really supposed to put in this part of this code the actual requirements. I think if we, it is required in 406 6 to have these things, but it's already said there. Just saying electrical generation or something to that effect and leaving it at that for this section is probably sufficient. Going through a whole, if we did this for everything, we would be all, this would reiterate tables all the way through the code.
I agree. It should say estimated annual electrical generation.
Right. Shall be noted on the certificate. Boom.
Yep. Estimated annual electrical generation. And then you can get rid of the and between panel tilt and orientation. And do we believe in Oxford commas in the code world?
No.
Okay. We will not discuss that today. Okay. All right.
This is Greg. I have a question on this. It says on-site photovoltaic. I actually worked on a project in Eastern Washington where the solar system was on an adjacent building and there was an agreement with the utility. Is that something we need to talk about, or is that addressed elsewhere, or do we not want to encourage adjacent solar systems?
I think encouraging them is possible. We did that in the commercial code. I think that's probably a code proposal though.
Okay.
That we will happily entertain in a few months.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there were some changes to the table format.
Yeah, I reviewed it and it looked like the values in the table did not change too much. It was just, was that your review, Krista, as well?
Yeah, you can see the you have to swap because the two tables swapped places too.
Kelly.
Just going back up to where it says vapor retarder. So is that something that's new? Yeah, for R 402.11.
That was just moved to the green.
Moved, it was here.
Okay, it's from down below somewhere.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Language is the same. It was just renumbered basically.
So I highlighted the two numbers that changed based on the ICC values.
My understanding was there was a lot more changes on those tables.
In the values?
Yes. In the ICC 2021 version, R60 requirements in the ceiling, R5 continuous on the exterior of walls, 4 feet of foam instead of 2 feet for climate zones 4, 5, 6, and 7 and up. Climate zone 3 now requires 2 feet of foam. So there we go. Those changes. Awesome. Maybe I just wasn't looking low
The two
enough.
tables had flip-flopped, so.
Perfect. Thank you. I apologize. I just didn't see it in the one above and was trying to make sure that was pointed out. I appreciate it.
It should be pointed out that those two tables are in fact inconsistent. The values in the first table are different and get you different results if you use the values in the second table to do the installation. So we definitely have to resolve it, although it's a more complicated problem to try and resolve it now. It definitely should be flagged as something we need to review.
And my understanding of what we are to do today is to pick the more stringent of the model code or the 2018 Washington State Energy Code and go with that. And then code proposals can entertain any other option that anybody in the public wants.
I think the point is that there isn't very much to do if you use the first table. That's fairly similar, if not identical, to our current values. In the second table, that's not true. It definitely is a more stringent requirement if you use these prescriptive values. And since we've got both, since it goes both ways, I'm not totally clear what we're supposed to do in this meeting. I would say flag it and let's write a code proposal to resolve the differences.
That sounds good to me. Kelly, you have your hand up? Okay. All right, so I saw lots of thumbs up. I didn't see anybody with a negative reaction to that. So, okay, let's move on. Does anybody have any comments on the subscript superscripts? Did they generally stay the same, Krista?
I think so.
Because they're green, that means they were just moved.
Oh, they're green and struck out. Or yeah. Yeah, I think there is one new footnote.
Is the high altitude thing new?
Yes.
Okay.
That's actually been in the code for a number of cycles, where you have the U factor exception where your building is greater than or over 4,000 foot in elevation. I think that's been in since at least the 2015 code.
Okay.
So there are
Go ahead.
some changes here in the language under the R value computation.
Should cavity insulation be italicized because it's now defined? Or, right, didn't we add a definition for cavity insulation or something?
Yes.
Would the same apply then to continuous insulation?
No.
Yeah, generally, if there is a definition, it should be italicized, and I don't catch them all.
You do an amazing job, Krista, of catching all the things you do.
And one of these days, the entire code is going to be italicized because
You're gonna have defined everything.
I do have a nitpicky perhaps comment on this computation paragraph. The sentence that says cavity insulation R value should not be used to determine compliance with the continuous insulation R value seems to be redundant because sentences above say, for example, continuous insulation alone shall be used and cavity insulation alone shall be used. I know it helps to belt and suspenders it sometimes, but it seems redundant to me. Again, a nitpicky comment.
You're talking about the first sentence in here?
Well, I believe it's the last red sentence in that paragraph is restating what's stated above in my mind, but I do understand that it really nails the point home.
In general, though, we don't want to use this particular meeting for setting, making sure we've caught all the defined terms and the wordsmithing, right? We're just trying to make sure that there's not technical problems with the way that Krista has integrated the Washington State requirements with this new ECC. Is that right?
That's correct. That's correct. Editorial comments can be picked up anytime without a code change proposal.
And we're only a few pages into this, and we're already some time into it.
Yep.
Good comment, Dwayne.
Yep. So.
Well, we're a third of the way through.
We are. Yep. We got through the easy part. All right. Any other comments on these tables and footnotes? Albert.
I don't know if this is pertinent or adjustable or not, but the high altitude pressure balancing for high performance windows also relates to just transportation, receiving at Port of Seattle, taking it over. Maybe Snoqualmie Pass is not so bad, but any of the other passes would be an issue. So I don't know if there's room to allow that for transportation use, not just installation.
If I could comment on that, as a fenestration manufacturer, we have not found that that's really affects the gas fill issue that this is meant to address. It's more of just that long-term installation and elevations greater than 4,000 foot. So I haven't lost a lot of sleep over the transportation element.
Okay, sounds good.
clarifying sentence added to the total UA alternative.
Okay, and this is where the vapor retarder was moved from. We talked about earlier.
And since the tables were flip-flopped, all the table references are adjusted. And some changes to the ceiling insulation requirements based on the new table values. Some added language for eave baffles.
Is there a reason why weather stripped was striked out? R402.2.4. Yeah, there you go.
It was originally moved.
It's in the paragraph right below that.
Yeah.
It got moved to the next one down.
Yeah, right here.
Yep.
So there was also a second exception added for pull down stairs, but it does not apply to our climate zone, so I didn't include it. Some minor editorial changes to mass walls. And there were some changes to the floor section.
We have iPhone hand up. Who are you, iPhone?
Hi, Kelly. I had to switch devices.
Okay.
Just a question on the mass walls. I see that solid timber has been struck out. Because it's not the same as mass timber, right? Under R402.2.5.
Yep, solid timber has been struck in the model code. It appears.
Okay.
So it does say that solid timber is included in the definition of mass timber.
Okay. Yeah, so often mass timber, yeah, maybe you guys are doing it different up here in Canada. Usually mass timber is like the laminated products versus solid timber being a solid piece of wood without having something engineered. So that would be something in a code change request that we would make.
And it would probably also need to change the definition of mass timber, which would have a fairly major impact on the building code as well, and the residential code.
I guess is the intent, Kelly, that you think mass timber and solid timber are different things. Because right now it appears from what Krista is saying that solid timber is covered still under mass walls. It's just not maybe as clear as it once was, since it's not listed out here, but it would be, but it's still in the code, it would be considered a mass wall.
Okay, because it's further defined somewhere else under.
That's what I heard from Krista.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, further comments on what you see on the screen? Okay. Anything else to explain, Krista? Or shall we move on?
We can move on. There were some changes to basement walls. That were pretty much superseded by our existing state amendment. So I did not include them.
Okay.
And some changes to glazed fenestration exemption, just to coordinate. Slope testing.
It looks like it says 5.0 air exchanges per hour. The 2021 code is 3.
And this is one of those instances where the Washington State Code was actually modified to be less stringent than the IECC. So I don't know if we go with the state amendment or put forward ICC's proposal. Obviously, my feeling was that we keep the state amendment and then that would need to be modified by a code change proposal, but I can be overruled by the tag.
This has been the way we've handled it for several code cycles. It's one of the only things in the Washington Code that's less stringent than the national standard. But I think since we did make a special point over and over again of saying, yes, it's still 5, then it should probably stay in there this way. And just somebody who wants to make it tighter or looser can put in a code change proposal.
Thanks, Dwayne. Kevin.
Yeah, also note that further down, there's a new paragraph that stipulates 3 air changes when in one compliance path. So this will need to be ironed out in other places, not just that one paragraph.
Yep. Okay, does anybody have further comments on this?
This 402413 is doesn't make any sense, actually. We don't have something called an option 1, I don't think. Certainly not in our option table. And
this is option 1.
Option 1. So we're right back to 406 again, right?
This is referencing R401, not 406.
Yeah, but option 1 in 401 refers to option to 406, to section 406. This is sort of a distressing paragraph because first it contradicts with what we did above, and second, it actually is in effect modifies. It essentially modifies the 406 paths so that you have to do a particular option that requires 3 air changes per hour in order to get past this this section. While I have some sympathy for that, I'm not completely sure that this is the right place to do it. In fact, I'm pretty sure it isn't.
Yeah, so what you're saying, Dave, if I understand, is that so under option 1 under 401.2, you would now be required to kind of get this R406 option.
Right. Well, at least some of it, yes.
Well, I think the problem is it just was not coordinated with the state amendment here, and it should have been 5 air changes rather than 3.
That's the other way to fix it. That's true. Although I'm not sure that this is, I quite like this in any case, but if it's 5, then at least that problem goes away.
I'm not sure what does this paragraph do that isn't already in the code?
Good question.
Does it do anything? Because otherwise we might just strike it. It seems superfluous, isn't it?
It seemed kind of confusing to me as well.
I think this is, I think we should strike it.
Off with its head.
Yes.
Okay, Kevin, do you have a thought on that?
Well, yeah, I'm just wondering, is there a motion to change this, or should this be homework or a code change proposal?
I guess my thought on motions is that we kind of do everything through the consensus or the kind of a consensus or non-voting process. And then at the end, we vote on the thing, the whole thing, vote forward rather than individual votes. So if we have 2 people in favor of just striking it, and if everybody or many people are in favor of striking it, then we'll strike it and move on.
I guess to continue then, the only purpose I could see in this new paragraph is that it puts a different rate for option 1 and allows the other options to go with 5. And if that's true, this is a weird place to put it. And if the goal is to get to 5 anyway, then just strike this.
Yeah.
That'd be my proposal.
No.
To pair it, well, Dwayne's.
Okay, does anybody think we shouldn't strike it?
I know where the language came from the national. The national code is 3 air exchanges per hour, and it's talking about the first section options, which means you're not using the simulated performance path or the ERI path. So I think what they're saying is that I'm just explaining the code language, is in the national code, what they're saying is if you're going prescriptively, you're stuck with 3. And if you're using the modeling path, then you may breach over 3 as long as you make up that energy somewhere else in the process. So I think that's why this verbiage, particularly here, was created and installed, just to hopefully help clarify the perspective.
Not change anybody's mind. Okay, how many people think we should strike it and await proposals? Okay, let's do that and move on. Okay, Lisa, you have your hand up. And Kelly, you still have your hand up too.
Hi, I'm just trying to get my hand back down.
Okay. All right, your ceiling.
So they struck the exterior thermal envelope contains a continuous air barrier as redundant.
Seems good.
And clarification on sealing the rim joist. Clarifications for the crawl space.
Is there a reason in particular for you inserting the term exterior air barrier on the rim and band joists? It's always been a flat air barrier requirement of some sort, and now you're getting rid of the air barrier on the vertical wall space there.
What did you just say?
On the codes on all vertical walls over 2 feet require 6-sided boxes, and the rim and band joist section here, I guess could fall within that exemption, but always before it's always had the word that an interior air barrier was required on the rim and band joist. This little language here now says an exterior air barrier.
Oh, their rationale says that there is no cost-effective solution for an interior air barrier.
Certainly at a rim joist, there, I mean, that would be weird to try to put it on the interior side.
And when they do, it's not very functional.
Right.
Okay, well, we can leave the language as it is in red, and then someone can do a code change proposal. I'm hearing that that might be a good solution, just to, so.
So crawl space was expanded out to include basement and slab foundations. Addressing utility penetrations. Some specifics to narrow cavities. Garage separation.
Kevin.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yep. Now I can't hear you. I could hear you when you asked if we could hear you.
How about now?
Yep.
Sorry. I had a question on the basement crawl space and slab foundations portion. In the air barrier criteria, there's in brackets, it says below grade. I was wondering what that means, being in brackets.
I think that was because we don't have basement walls in the Washington State Code. We have below grade walls.
Oh, okay.
And I think I had meant to change that, and somehow it ended up being a bracket instead of a change.
Oh, gotcha.
So I will need to clean that up.
Thank you.
Good catch, Kevin.
Right.
Very nice, but I look forward to the day where much of this is mute because we're at least 3 air changes. So code proposal to follow.
This should probably be below grade as well.
Okay.
That doesn't
You have
make
one. You have
sense,
one more
though.
basement word. Never mind. You have a basement foundation wall in the red language in the third box on the right. Right, roughly in the middle. You're very close. Up a couple lines and then to your right. It says conditioned basement foundation wall insulation. Sorry, I know this isn't. We're not supposed to get nitpicky right now.
No.
I apologize.
And do we go with consistency or do we go with what makes sense? I think that's
I think
where I was stuck.
I think below grade wall is much more explicit than basement wall, which is
Yeah,
nebulous.
I agree.
You add conditioned, it kind of changes the reference.
I mean, that doesn't make
Yeah,
sense.
that doesn't make sense.
But it would be below grade foundation wall that separates, the whatever. I feel like you could write good language without 40 people watching.
It does seem like the language she has now is probably correct. Conditioned basement walls are what we mean here, not, yes, they're foundation walls, but it's this particular case where we use conditioned basements and foundations. So I think she should leave it the way it was.
Well, the trouble, I think the reason we didn't use the word basement is because, my basement here is completely below grade at the street level and completely above grade in the back, and the whole thing is still a basement, and all the walls around it are basement walls, right? But
yep.
So below grade wall clarifies that it's the part that's below grade.
Yep. David, ready.
I'm just noticing in the red text, the class 1 black vapor retarder with overlapping joints taped is black, something that the code should really specify. The color of the vapor retarder. You may know the history of that.
That's not something we can change today.
Okay.
But
I think it had to do with its anti-UV properties. But I could be wrong. It could be for allowing light through for root or plant growth.
Yeah, I see.
does the tag want to give further direction on this conditioned basement wall foundation installation, or do we trust Krista to have some good language in there?
Trust Krista.
Okay, trust Krista. All right. You want to modify it, Krista? If you think it would be better to modify it, make a change or two. All right, keep it on.
And we had the utility, narrow cavities, scribe separations, recessed lighting. Added the insulation. Some clarification on the insulation around plumbing, wiring, and other obstructions.
So if you could stop right here. No, scroll back down there. That footnote B, I think that the last few words violates what we just did with rim joist. Didn't we say that rim joists need insulation and air barrier? So I think we want to strike the words "and" at rim joists, unless somebody can see some reason we need to keep those.
but it only required an exterior air barrier. And I think that's the difference between this one. This one says full enclosure. So I think they're saying that you're not required to fully enclose an attic space, and you're not required to fully enclose the section of the rim and band joist. That's how I read it.
So then maybe it would say, well, I guess we're getting into wordsmithing, because I just thought the way it's written, it refers to rim joists just generally. It doesn't say that they have to be in unconditioned spaces.
It also talks about attics, the vented attics as well.
Yeah. How about if you just added in those spaces at the end of that sentence? Would that make it work?
Sounds good, Kevin.
Yeah, I find this footnote wording very obscure. Is the appropriate way to deal with that to submit a code change proposal?
Do that.
I think we could strike and at rim joists if we wanted to today.
I would be most comfortable with that, and then because you could say that any rim joist that is in one of those spaces is already covered without adding those words.
Yeah, that seems clear to me. Does anybody want to suggest a different solution, or no change at all? Going once, going twice. All right, sold. Also, we've been here about 2 hours now. Thank you, everybody. I think it's probably good to take a 5-minute break. So let's take a 5-minute break and re-adjourn in 5 minutes at 10:27, according to my clock. And the appointed time has arrived, 10:27. Hopefully you all were able to refill your coffee or whatever beverage you are drinking and reinvigorated to go through this. I do kind of want to ask, we're halfway through the markup, and I'm feeling optimistic that we could actually finish this thing up today if we went past noon. I guess in general, Krista, are you available if we go past noon today?
I'm at your command.
All right. Okay. How do other people feel about trying to get this done today if we go past noon?
Shell, I've got a hard stop at about 12:30 or 12:40, but if Albert can stay on, then between the two of us, we'll have it covered.
Okay. That sounds great. Well, as we get to noon, we will, I'll entertain a motion to extend the meeting, and we'll see if we can get this done before the holidays. That will probably mean that the code will get out slightly earlier for public comment and proposals. So, okay, well, let's move on and see if we can get done today. We don't have to, obviously.
A new section on air sealed boxes. And a new exception for storm shelters on maximum U factors.
There was an electrical engineer or an inspector that was on here at one point in time. Does this limitation on electrical boxes seem something that's unrealistic with today's typical installs? Maybe we lost the guy. There was a, all right. Thanks. Thank you for entertaining me.
Anybody have a thought on this? Want to respond? Okay.
Some minor editorial tweaks to programmable thermostats. Some changes to hot water boiler requirements. And the duct section was rearranged, reformatted somewhat.
Who's up?
Yeah, a quick question about the changes to the boiler section. You scroll up just a couple sentences there. Is this something where would it be better to require use the configured to terminology in this one? Anybody have any feedback on that?
Yeah, I remember in the commercial code, we talked about that configured to do something rather than, I guess, the language in here is.
Yeah, I mean, it's saying manufacturers shall equip with an automatic means of adjusting the water temperature. And then it says, you know, it can be accomplished in these different ways. And I guess that's fine. It's just, it isn't, there's no language in there about, it says it needs to have this capability, but it doesn't actually say it needs to operate in this manner. So just an observation.
We did that in the commercial code, so that would be, I think, a reasonable thing to have language consistent about that. Does anybody disagree with changing the word equip to configure in right there? Okay. Okay. And then there's a bracketed thing in blue, ducts within a concrete slab. Do you want to explain that, Krista?
This was a state amendment to the previous duct insulation requirements that is not in the ICC language, and that was my guesstimate on where it should be located, and I was looking for direction on if it should be retained or if there are other changes that needed to be made to the ICC language to retain the efficiency that we have in the current state amendment.
I propose keeping that sentence that you highlighted.
I think this change was made quite a while ago, like 3 or 4 code cycles back, to try and get these below grade ducts better insulated, because the existing language, the existing ICC language did not actually require this.
Oh. Yep. Okay, we've had a couple people speak in support of keeping the sentence in blue there. Anybody want to say anything other than glowing support? Okay, all right. We'll eliminate the brackets and retain the stringency of the code. The green just is just moved from elsewhere in the code. David, ready?
Just to point out the thermal distribution efficiency, that's a new term to be italicized.
Yep. Any further comments on? So the green area was moved, but then things were added in the model code.
Right, and we had originally deleted out 4.3. Requiring the R30 unless it's existing, and then Chapter 5 allowed it to be filled to either R15 or R21. And that's in both 4.3 and 5.2. So I'm just asking for direction on consistency and what you wanted to do with those two requirements.
The way you've got them in there looks fine. There's nothing that we need to adjust in order to keep those there, right?
No. Except for, again, 4.3 is less efficient than the current code requirement.
So 5.2 minimum R10 insulation, from an inspection standpoint, is that a reasonable definition for someone to inspect?
There's some code officials on the call.
Well, that'd be 2 inches of rigid.
Right.
Or R11.
Okay, so a bad insulation, not unduly compressed.
Yeah.
Okay, just only asking for clarification. It's not in my experience. Thanks.
And then on 4.3, we still have a question Krista asked this group. And Krista, you were saying that R19 is less stringent than we have now.
Right, because the R19 is based on a footnote to the table that we don't have. So we would require
R30.
No, that's not quite true.
Well, this just says how much insulation has to be between the garage below and the duct, not how much total is in the space.
Right.
So I don't think it conflicts.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's leave it in.
Does 0.4 here allow duct to be installed in a crawl space and be considered in condition area?
Where?
Is a crawl space unconditioned? Yeah.
Which section are you talking about, Henry?
0.4 to the section just above that we were just talking about. This is defining ducts inside heated space, right? In conditioned space. So does a crawl space count for option 4? Am I interpreting that right? because it only requires an air barrier above it, and you can smush it in the joists. But a crawl space is not the same as a garage.
I don't see the air barrier being between the duct and the unconditioned space in a crawl space.
Well, you'd have it at the floor of the house, right?
Yeah, no, that's true. That's right.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, but that's not between the duct and the unconditioned space. The unconditioned space would be beginning at the bottom of the framing or the end of the insulation, and there would typically not be an air barrier there, nor a practical way to maintain one.
Mark Sniffen.
Yeah, I'm not understanding why we have to have that section in there. It doesn't seem like it belongs, because we're talking about ducts located in conditioned space, and now we're talking about located over unconditioned space. So I'm not quite sure what they're trying to tell me what to look for there, unless they're really tall, like TGIs, and you're trying to say the floor joists are conditioned and space, and then I just not quite, it's very confusing to me as reading it, and why it belongs in located in conditioned space, because I don't, now we're talking about the difference between conditioned and unconditioned space.
You know, I'm only an alternative. I'll just voice one thing and then step back happily. I like the sentence because, you know, floor joists over a crawl space without an air barrier, depending on the insulation, is really unconditioned space. And so to actually write something that assumes it's conditioned without an air barrier doesn't really seem to serve any thermal benefit. So with that, I'll just step back and let it get solved.
This is Greg. This is a pretty important issue. I see a lot of homes in Washington State where they have this type of ductwork over the garage. So I think getting this clear would be helpful.
Yeah, I agree, because I think this is what was discussed when this came up, is that you got a bedroom over the garage, and you don't want ductwork flat against the bottom of that joist space, because you're going to lose so much heat out of the duct. And so it just means you got to have some fluff in between the cold garage and the bottom of the duct.
Yep.
Yeah, agreed. And 5.2 helps define that. But I think the point was raised about a crawl space rather than a garage. And maybe if there's a way to clip away a crawl space from this application. But I see other hands are up, so I'm.
Oh, Jonathan.
This provision is specifically for when you use a continuous air barrier on the bottom side of your floor joists, because there is code language that allows you to do so. So if you were put, like, say, a continuous R10 on the bottom side of your floor joists, you would then be required to have an R19 minimum before you could lay your ducts on top of that and then fill the rest of the cavity with insulation.
Mark Sniffen, you have your hand up still?
Sorry, but I do want to, I do kind of agree that maybe we should clarify that it's for the garage, the unconditioned garage specifically, rather than any unconditioned space, if that's what you're trying to tell me to do. And then I'll take my hand out.
I guess we seem to, go ahead, Jonathan.
Oh, I was just gonna say, this provision is specifically meant so you can bury your ducts inside your floor joist systems, especially if you're using like 14-inch floor trusses. And builders are doing that in places. You know, I've seen it in Oregon, I've seen it in Idaho. So I believe this language is to clarify specifically on how to do that to get your ducts within the floor joists for your crawl space.
Yep. Is this good? Is this okay base language for proposals to then modify?
Yes.
Okay. then we will leave it in. And then proposals can make it more clear or limit it to just garages or whatever we want to do. And keep in mind, everybody, especially those new to the tag, we cannot change anything. We cannot change much in the future tag process unless it's part of a proposal. So if you see something, you need to write it down and then propose it. Otherwise, it's hard to change later. So with that, we'll move on.
I see this deeply buried ducts is green, which means it's been relocated. I see a little red up there because it changes locations. Am I to assume that there has been no changes to the language on deeply buried ducts?
That is correct.
Because this would be a great time to clean up this R19 issue that you have with deeply buried ducts in our state. We typically use 2x4 bottom cords, not 2x6 bottom cords. So the ability to get an R19 insulation underneath the ductwork is problematic at best. If that was reflected to no voids or gaps under the duct, and then the remainder of the R value to be blown over the top, you would clarify a lot of installation issues.
That sounds like a code change proposal.
That's a code change.
Sure does.
Yeah.
For the duct testing, ICC added 2 additional testing procedures. Right now, we just have the WSU testing procedure. I don't know if we want to allow the alternates here or require a code change proposal to bring that in to override the state amendment. But that's a point of discussion.
Who has a point of view on that?
Yeah, I actually like the proposed language.
The proposed language being adding the 2 additional test procedures or just changing the exception?
My understanding is the 2021 requires duct testing regardless if they're in conditioned space. Is this the section we're talking about? This 403.3 now 5 duct testing procedures, 1 that's green that's completely struck out and 2 which has the red strikeout in it.
Yeah, I like 2, sorry, to be more specific.
Yeah, I was referring to the base language in the note that says that ICC also allows ICC ResNet 380 or ASTM E1554, whereas we just specify that it has to be tested in accordance with the WSU standard. So I guess that's kind of aimed at Jonathan.
I'm the new guy. I don't have the history of the WSU standard, but I do know our standard in the state allows for a single point test. We don't require the altitude adjustment or the delta T adjustment in the testing, but it does reference the 380 standard a bunch throughout our code. And so I'm actually ambivalent. I could go either way. All these tests now are done automated, and the new language talks with electric testing results anyways, or some kind of picture of the automated test. So I could go either way, to be honest with you.
So let's leave it as we have it on the screen.
Yeah, I think we might want to actually write a code change proposal that makes this more clear and consistent, but I think at this point that we should just leave it as it is. As Kristen finished it, yeah.
Yep.
Definitely something that should be reviewed, however, hopefully by WSU, but.
Okay. All right.
Okay, there was some modification. To clarify how to test the ducts within the thermal envelope.
Any comments?
Looks fine.
Yeah, we want to stick with the 8 cubic feet.
Unless somebody wants to do a code change proposal with something else.
Yeah, that's probably a code change proposal unless Washington State had a different number.
So Jonathan, can you remind me if the WSU testing procedure requires interior back pressure on the duct test at the particular rating, the particular testing point, testing pressure?
No, the rule of thumb is you can hook up to returns as long as there's 3 or less. So at that point in time, after more than 3 returns, you have to hook up to the box unit itself, and then your testing procedures at 25 or 50 pascals. I take both, but I think the state is 25 pascals if I remember correctly.
But the question is, and you do the back pressure from a blower door, say?
Nope, that's a total leakage to exterior test, and that is not required by our state code.
So this 8 cubic feet per minute is total leakage to the interior space, or outside or wherever, but it's so we still seal to this level in this.
Right. This is just leakage out of the duct to anywhere.
Mhm.
Okay.
I think a code change proposal would probably be best, David, and we could probably limit the CFM to the exterior test, because those numbers are usually really small anyways, if it's done correctly.
I was worried that that the test procedure had a back pressure, in which case 8 cubic feet per minute is a pretty big leakage rate for an interior duct. If there's no such back pressure, then, well, okay, we probably should have some back pressure to find out whether we got interior ducts, but that's a whole nother matter.
Yeah, well, the language is stricken out. You can see between total or total leakage exterior. It's the first green line that's crossed out right there. And so I think we would just have to put in a code amendment to choose whatever it is that Washington State deems best for that scenario.
Okay.
Oh, and this was all language that was relocated. And we're into service hot water. Some clarification on the circulation systems.
Wait.
I can't remember. Do we still allow those demand recirculation systems that pump the circulation water down the cold water pipe?
I thought we didn't.
Well, it was in the 2018 code.
Okay. Code change proposal. That has to qualify as the dumbest system ever devised.
And here's the section on the whole house fans and fan efficacy.
I'm not clear why we strike range hoods or how range hoods are now covered elsewhere. They are particularly different kind of exhaust fan from, say, a bath fan, and is someone can someone explain where the range hoods went, really? Oh, they don't like that we made range hoods separate, huh?
Right, this is just categorizing it by the type of fan rather than the location of the fan.
Okay. We can review it later, I suppose, yes.
That looks like it actually pushes, it allows for more energy use in the range hoods. Because from the looks of it, it'd be in the inline supply or exhaust fan category. And that now changes to 3.8 versus the 2.8. So this would actually make our code less stringent on range hoods.
Certainly for an inline fan. I'm not sure why we would do something different for an inline fan in the first place, especially since we're not supposed to be making our code less stringent in this process.
So I would interpret the range hood falling in the inline supply or exhaust, and going to 3.8 is actually an increase in efficiency.
Oh,
It's
the opposite. Okay.
Opposite of watts per CFM. Yeah.
So we leave that as it is.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And the requirement for testing.
Oh, and this last item, the air handler, is new in the IACC, or at least new in our code.
Right.
That's a pretty, shall we say, generous spec for the manufacturers. I think we probably should address that, but I guess we could do it with a code change. I thought we did it one other time, but
it is. Can't we just say that this is less stringent than the current Washington code and should not be included in the integrated?
The only thing I do is I don't remember whether we ever say what the air handler efficiency is in, at least in the energy code. There is some language in the IRC, but I don't remember what it says.
All right.
That said, I would be just as happy to have this go away, frankly, but this is way too generous for the manufacturers. We need to be better.
So Dave, are you saying strike out the blue box at the bottom of your handler?
Well, that would be one solution. That way, at least we would solve the problem by not addressing it. But it may be that we just have to use it as a stalking horse for putting a decent standard in here for handler units.
Or would someone have time in the next half hour to look up if we already have something in the code, in the Washington State Residential Energy Code, and get back to us on that?
I'm pretty sure that furnace fans are a federal efficiency set point. I think there was just increased like last year or two. It'd be kind of weird that this comes from a model code, but I do think the feds have increased.
I think Henry's right, but I don't know what those numbers are, and I can't imagine that 1.2 is the right number.
Yeah, it's probably a bit higher than that.
So one thing is this table is specific to ventilation system fan efficacy. So is this to be interpreted as when the system is being used for ventilation only, or?
It's actually for the particular case where the ventilation systems integrated into the HVAC equipment, which is allowed. And that's why I'm not sure what, I'm almost positive there's no place where we allow this to be that inefficient anywhere, and it's both in the IMC and in the IRC, but I don't remember what it is.
Does someone have time in the next half hour, 45 minutes to look that up and get back to this group on that?
I'll look into the IMC and the IRC amendments for Washington State for mechanical ventilation. From what I understand, it's if you're integrating, you're including your mechanical ventilation integrated into your HVAC system, it has to be an ECM motor, but I'll look that up.
Yes.
Okay, so let's move on from this, and we will come back to this when Luke can get back to us on that. Does that sound good?
Yes.
Okay.
And the requirement for testing ventilation flow rates.
Mark?
Yeah, and pardon me, I'm still kind of new to this tag here, first day. So let me know if I get out of line here, but the testing now is, are they saying this testing is now a requirement? Is that a code change to the ICC that requires this testing? And I really hate when we use where required by the code official, because in my mind, that really puts us in a spot where if we require it, it's going to cost more money to the contractor. And why do I, if it's listed in fan and it has a CFM rate on, why do I have to have it tested again? You know, anyway, I don't know if I'm out of line on that or not.
Yeah, so it's red, so it's coming from the model code. So it would be new in Washington.
Actually, it's not new in Washington. This language, well, there's a considerably more development of the language in the IRC, but we do actually require something along this lines in the IRC, whether it's, and my recollection is it doesn't say anything about being required by the code official. It just says that the installer has to do the test and tell the code official what it did. But my guess is that we should refer this. It's also in the IMC, although I don't know if that makes so much difference in this case. I think our general approach has been that when we have specific things that don't necessarily affect the efficiency rating of the equipment, that we actually have it in other places where the efficiency rating of the equipment is mentioned, of which the IMC and the IRC are two such places. It could still be here, but it's kind of a redundant requirement.
But isn't this really speaking more to testing the installation for flow, minimum flow value, rather than?
Oh yeah, but that's what's in the IRC.
Okay. Is it possible to just strike the where required by code official?
It's possible, although what I don't remember is how much of what's in the IRC is actually reflected in what this sentence does. It's actually two or three. There's a couple of sections in that document.
This particular language, it says where required by the code official, comma, it is specifically relating to the ability for the jurisdiction to require third-party testing. Not is the test optional, it is required. This language specifically points to, does the jurisdiction want the HVAC contractor to do it or an independent tester to do it?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
That's a nice thing. Can we help clarify that language, or are we stuck with this language?
We certainly aren't stuck with it, but we might have to have a code change proposal.
Well, I would suggest we strike where we required by code official, or that whole thing. I think a code official can require a third party independently of having it written in the code that when we require it, you have to do third party. If we don't trust the installer, then yes, we can ask for a third party.
You know, actually, I'm sorry, I should learn to read better. Yes, I see that it's the where required is really triggering a third-party testing. I kind of like this language. At least somebody has to test something.
Sounds like there's some correlation issues with other codes that would need to be vetted. And that could be done later unless somebody has exact language today, but those tags are also meeting. So they could modify any of the requirements in there. And then it sounds like the only question is about whether we keep where required by the code official testing should be conducted by an approved third party. We could strike it or not strike it.
I really want to say that we're probably better off leaving the language and leaving it up to the code official to require a third party or not.
And I'm pretty sure that's consistent with the requirement in the IRC.
Okay.
It's also spelled out the same in the IECC. The whole in here throughout. I mean, our last one too, our state code had the same language in it as well in the 2018.
Okay, well, let's leave the language as it is now, and we can modify it later. Either code proposals or correlation issues.
So some minor editorial changes to pools and spas. And that brings us into lighting.
So does the national language make it 100% high efficiency lighting? Is that how that language is supposed to read with all those strikeouts?
With a few lists of exceptions.
Yeah, I think we need to italicize high efficacy, I think, to tie it back to the definition that they added or modified.
The exceptions make this almost irrelevant to the residential code, which I don't think was the intent, certainly wasn't the intent of C405. So this definitely either needs to go away or the exceptions do at least. I actually don't see why we wouldn't just make them all go away. This is not a big deal for either costs or design or even current practice. Why we would actually make it possible for exemptions. You could put, I don't know, something incandescent lights outside. That I don't see why that would be in this code.
So you're suggesting we strike
the exceptions,
all the exceptions under R404.1.1?
Yeah.
I think the only one that can maybe stay is the solar powered.
The solar powered one, but yeah, you can leave that. Really any stupid thing you want as long as it isn't connected to the power grid.
Yeah.
Chris,
are there accent lighting or any kind of that we could get in trouble by getting rid of exemptions that people are putting
almost all that can be done with LEDs. So
okay, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I'd say all of it can be done with elections.
Okay, it sounds like we have a consensus to strike all the exceptions except for solar powered.
Yes.
Okay.
Shall not have.
So the
I
controls
actually,
requirements are new.
what?
The controls requirements are all new.
Curious why exterior
we're
lighting
actually
fixtures are listed
requiring
as
an
an
occupancy
exception to
sensor?
interior lighting controls.
Okay, let's hear from Kevin and then David. But go ahead, Kevin.
Oh, in our 404.2 interior lighting controls, an exception is made for exterior lighting fixtures. I'm not clear on the concept there.
In the next section, exterior fixtures are covered.
Exactly. So why is there a exception 3 to interior?
Maybe because the switch is inside, controlling an outside light fixture.
Well, also the title 404.2 is not code language, interior lighting controls, and it doesn't say elsewhere in there that it refers to interior. That makes sense.
Yeah.
The title is not code language, or the title is not enforceable code language. So if you said permanently installed interior lighting fixtures, then you could probably get rid of exception 3. Dave Bailon.
I'm troubled by this this section because it basically says we're not going to have switched lighting in residential applications anymore. We have to have dimmer, except in these few cases. We have to have dimmers or occupancy sensors everywhere. I don't know if there's any evidence that this is actually going to save much in the way of energy, especially considering that we're requiring high efficacy lighting in all those places already. So it's a relatively small impact. That said, if it has to be in here because it's in the IACC, then I suppose it's a code change. But I'm a little surprised about how much of a requirement this actually ends up being.
I kind of agree with David. I don't think the cost for these fixtures, especially with today's current pricing, would ever be recouped with a 100% efficient lighting already being used inside the house.
This is pretty similar to Title 24 down in California, where they've required this for a long time.
Right, this has been in Title 24 for, I would guess, maybe a decade or close to that. And I think, I don't have numbers ready, but I could take this as a homework assignment if you like. I think the incremental cost is marginal.
The big difference is between an old California law from the early 2000s and the modern is that we've had LED lights and require them. So now we're talking about a connected lighting load that's somewhere around a quarter of what it was when this language was originally proposed in California. So it becomes increasingly marginal to put these kind of controls in when you have high efficiency lighting. I would like to see what you came up with as far as looking into this, but
I agree that the savings are marginal, but they're still savings.
okay. If you take this as a homework assignment and convince us that this is actually anything resembling cost effective, I'd be very interested in that analysis.
Sure. So just to be clear, my homework assignment is to compare cost and energy saving opportunity
For 404.2, for this set of interior control. It's interior lighting controls that I think are a question here.
Okay.
Yes, it is. Okay, Chris is bringing it up.
Is this, where is this from?
The
This-
original code change proposal to ICC.
Kevin,
Wondering if we're veering into the code change proposal realm here.
we are. Mark?
Yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't have any.
Just save it for then, and maybe I'll take the homework assignment then, if it comes up.
Mark?
Yeah, I was just going to agree with David. That I see this a lot where the cost of the controls exceed the savings. And I thought on code changes, don't they have to do that statement of cost effectiveness and recovery?
Not necessarily. Well, I mean, there needs to be some sort of a cost and all that associated with it, but it doesn't necessarily need to pay back in a certain amount of time in the state of Washington. So I guess the question before us today is, do we strike the entire R404.2, or do we leave it in and then accept a code change proposal to do something else?
If this were a code change proposal from coming into us from outside, from, as a regular code change, someone would have to do the state cost effectiveness analysis. It isn't clear to me at all that that's what was done for IECC. It isn't really required that way for IECC. It's a completely different process. So I don't know how it would come out. I like the idea of Arena just looking at it and seeing what we actually have in the way of both costs and benefits that go with this, at least with this first 404.2.
Arena?
Okay, tell me if this is the right thing to do. Can I make a motion to leave it as is and then entertain a code proposal?
You could just suggest that, and then how many people, show me your thumbs up or your red X's on whether you think just leaving it in and then entertaining a code proposal is the right approach. Okay, I see a thumbs up. I don't see anybody with a red X. So, okay, I see a red X. Okay. Well, let's leave it in and entertain a code change proposal. I think that's a way to move forward. Exterior lighting controls.
Oh.
Okay, we're into R405, the total building performance. Luke.
Yeah, do you want to go back to 403.6.1 and talk about the efficacy? Okay, so let's see. What's currently in the 403.6.1, there's an exception that says that when the air handler is used integrated as the whole house ventilation system, it should be an electronically commutated motor, which is crossed out here. In the ventilation code, so the amendments to the IRC for ventilation, whole house, when it's furnace integrated supply, there's an exception that says the air handler fan shall have multi-speed or variable speed supply airflow control capacity with a low speed operation not greater than 25%. So it doesn't go into any actual CFM per watts or watts per CFM, but there are provisions for it to be multi-speed or variable speed fan.
So in other words, there's a requirement in the other codes that is not reflected here.
Right. But it, essentially the fan efficiency is handled in the ventilation code.
Okay,
I don't know, and there's no specific CFM per watts, but it will be a variable speed, and it's supposed to be meet a motorized damper that's connected to the controls, ventilation controls. So the damper will move. It needs to be tested, and it will move whether the fan is on low speed or if heating or cooling is called for and it's on high speed, the damper will close.
Okay.
And needs to be within 10% of the required flow rate.
So I guess would someone reading this table reasonably conclude that this is the only requirement for an air handler because it's listed here? Because they would obviously have to comply with the other codes as well, right?
Well, that is my concern.
Okay, go ahead, David.
All this has been in the IRC or the IMC as it's related to this question. And I don't even know for sure how many of these things. Some of this is actually more stringent, I think. But if we just had this table and not the air handler, that would be at least not much damage. The air handler one is damage.
Okay.
There's not any on a better note. I don't think you can buy an ECM fan that's this bad. I don't think it's for sale, which is reassuring, but hardly a point that you'd like to put into the IEC.
Okay. So what David is saying is we could just strike out the air handler row. And does anybody? Oh, Albert loves it. Does anybody think that's not a good idea?
I think it's a great idea.
So I think what's key to the definition of the efficacy is the footnote A. The CFM we're talking about is the design outdoor airflow rate, not the design flow rate of the fan, so to speak. I don't know if that changes people's opinions on.
It merely means that we're in somewhat deeper than we were before. I don't. There is a lot of discussion in the IRC and in the IMC for this case, and it is explicit about how you do it and what is required and not required. I don't think we can. First, we can't replicate it here in the first place, and second, even if we do, it runs the risk of being contradictory with the other codes.
Okay.
The one thing I would say is that footnote probably should be at least revised to say design outdoor or exhaust airflow rate, because we're talking about exhaust fans as well.
And I'd like to bring it back up again too, the inline supply and exhaust fans. Our state code is 2.8 CFM a watt, and this says 3.8.
Oh, can we put it back a bit on the grounds that it meets our code?
Our code's highest watt allowance is 2.8.
Well, but 3.8 has the effect of increasing the CFM per watt, so it's more efficient than the 2.8.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I'm reading that backwards. You guys are correct. I apologize. Thank you.
Albert, do you have a comment?
Yeah, nice catch there, David. Thank you. I think it's good to omit the air handler 1.2 CFM and let it be really expressly developed in the ventilation section rather than here.
Okay. All right, thanks, Luke, for doing the homework and getting us back to this topic. And I think we have a direction forward. Kevin.
Just a quick note that it's good to discourage using an air handler for ventilation because it does use more energy than a dedicated ventilation fan.
Cool.
I mean, one thing I would point out though is that it's the same allowance as the HRV or ERV, right? It's not, when we're talking about airflow per watt, outdoor airflow per watt, it's the same. So I'm not sure why. I don't know. I guess I'm seeing that it's the same as the other one.
Okay. Let's go to R405. Unless you're, David, you're proposing. modifying the table?
Well, I think it's adding a requirement that wasn't existing before for systems, and it's in line with the HRV or ERV. So I don't see why.
So at least with an air handler, you could interpret there'll be more airflow, therefore more 1.2 CFM per watt ratio, right? So the air handle is just going to flow more. The HRV or the ERV at least will have, 100 CFM instead of, 800 or 1,000 CFM.
Well, right, but that's the definition says the efficacy is CFM of outdoor airflow delivered per watt. So if that 400 CFM furnace fan is only delivering 100 CFM of outdoor air, then you take that 100 CFM divided by the fan power running at 400 CFM.
Just so nice to be around smart people. Thank you. You're right.
The difference is
that is true. David Reddy, I guess I want to know if you're suggesting that we unstrike the last row in that table, or if you're suggesting something else, or this is just a discussion we're going to have later.
I guess I'm seeing that it's adding a requirement that didn't exist before. I guess I didn't totally follow Luke's description of whether or not there is a CFM per watt for the integrated system defined elsewhere or not, but it seems that it's.
There is not. What there is a wide variety of requirements that speak to this very issue that don't have to do with the final CFM per watt or the final airflow, either interior or exterior, but have to do with what kind of fan you have to have, what kind of speed control you have to have, and what kind of control you have to have. It's a far more relevant case than just saying, oh, it's 1.2 and leaving aside the fact that 1.2 is a silly requirement. It's like, what this is, it just doesn't make any sense. And it requires more or less, or at least infers more or less, that you can run the fan at full speed and just use some damper or other control to keep the exterior airflow to a lower number. The whole point of that discussion in the IRC was that you cannot run the fan at full speed when you're in ventilation mode. You have to run it at a lower speed, and you have to have the capability of doing that.
Okay, I would like to move on. I would like to move on
too.
Okay, Kevin and then Luke.
So a quick note, the reason that an HRV or ERV is allowed to be less efficient is because they have a much higher internal air friction rate versus an air handler.
Yeah. Okay, Luke.
So.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I'm not, if a whole house mechanical ventilation system that's integrated into the furnace is designed to be run 24/7 continuously, I don't think it can meet the 1.2 CFM per watt when the furnace is on, delivering perhaps 1,300 CFM to the house for a heating or cooling. So it would be difficult to meet this
standard. Okay. All right, let's move on to R405. Total building performance. Yeah, I have a question for everybody before we get there. Who in this group, raise your hand if you use this path? Or give me a thumbs up or whatever, if you use this path or have used this path.
That might be a trick question, Joe.
Yeah, seriously.
It is. Okay. Without further ado,
sorry about that. Of course, the few moments I speak, I get dumped by the internet, but I'm not sure where I lost you guys.
I think well, at least regarding the fan discussion, I think we
moved on.
It appeared, I believe I heard what you had to say.
Okay, great.
Okay, R405.
Okay, so this was tweaked a bit. And the mandatory measures into a table similar to how we had it done.
I'd just like to point out that most of the software that's designed to do this doesn't take into consideration pools and spas. Nor do they take into consideration snow melt controls.
I think that's why they're included in the mandatory. You have to meet these requirements independent of the performance simulation. So it's okay to leave it out of the analysis if you meet those mandatory requirements. Does that make sense?
So again, since how this isn't, never mind, it's not, the language on it is read. I'll go ahead and move on.
I modified the carbon emission factor table to correlate with the proposal in the commercial energy code that's moving forward to public hearing.
Kevin.
I would suggest reverting to the number that's been in there. That is the 0.8. That's for two reasons. One is that the 0.44 at this point is just a proposal. It's not been approved. But also, and perhaps more importantly, the data that 0.44 is based on is, well, being revised. NREL's latest Cambium data suggests that a number more like 0.77 would be appropriate, but that's obviously a much wider debate.
I would say the 0.44 is more stringent. So if we're following this process, 0.44 is a more stringent value. So I think we should put it in here for now.
Thanks, Henry. Chris?
Can we do that? I mean, I thought this was supposed to be doing the IRC to the existing code, not commercial changes to what we're doing on residential changes.
I think there's a couple of correlation things that we can consider today as well with other codes that Washington maintains. This will be a hotly discussed issue as it was in the commercial, whether we leave it as it is or mark it up to the 0.44 that the draft commercial code is at. I think we could spend a lot of time today discussing this. I guess I don't know what that.
I think we should leave it as the one thing that we should end up with is that whatever happens in the commercial code or in this table should be the same in both codes. Right now they're not, and this is a way of making it so that at least we've put down our marker that yes, it's going to be the same as whatever you decide to do, but when you decide to do it, we'll make it whatever you decide to do. And that's going to be a discussion in the next few months, right? Because we have it's in public hearing like in September or something like, well, I'm not sure when it's in public hearing.
So David, are you saying leave the 0.8 because?
No, you leave the 0.44 because it's consistent with the commercial code.
The draft commercial code. Kevin. Amy.
Yeah, I agree with Dave. I mean, I think that it should be consistent, whatever it is. So maybe it's, you leave it at 0.44, highlight it here. So I'm sure we'll remember to go update
Yeah,
it.
I think we'll remember it.
Yeah, so I think that's where I am.
Okay, I know this is not going to be a consensus issue today. So this is something I would actually, I'd like to entertain a motion to keep either one or the other and do an official vote on this, because I think there's no other way to move forward.
I don't know if an alternate can make a motion, but I'd like somebody to make a motion to retain the 0.44.
I'm actually trying to make a motion myself, right? I just didn't get unmuted. I would like to move that we accept the change as proposed in table R405.3.
This is Greg. I'll second the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion? And one of the reasons why I'm not excited about debating this hotly today is because I know we will debate it hotly in the future. So whatever we decide on today will be discussed again and again and again. So Kevin.
Yeah, I just wanted to agree with you that let's not argue this now. That's for code change proposal time.
Okay, so let's do a voice vote. All in favor of moving forward to the 0.44 in this table, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, I'm going to say that the ayes have it. And today we will move forward with 0.44. But we know we will bring this issue back up later. Okay. Let's move on.
Sorry. Okay, some changes to the compliance report requirements. Deletes the allowance for batch sampling.
Lisa.
Yeah, I have a question comment on, yeah, this one here. So item number 2. It's kind of an interesting change that they did there in item 2. So with regards to the name of the individual performing the analysis, do we want just the name, or if they're going to ask for that, do they have to provide company they work for or contact information or something? Or it just seems kind of an unusual thing. I don't recall something else in the code that requires just the name of an individual without some other kind of explanation, you know, that they're the homeowner or they're the general contractor or something. They have to provide some kind of contact information, or so that the jurisdiction can contact them. Or is that a code change proposal?
I think we could probably handle it today. Does anybody have an idea of what the right couple of words would be to add to like name and affiliation?
I think the company would be helpful, and I can speak from Lisa's perspective as technical code support. And if we need to track something down and get something answered, we definitely need some form of contact information to make that a simpler process.
As a side point, I don't see why we're striking the first sentence in that. I mean, it does seem like one of the things that this individual performing the analysis might be able to put into this same statement is that it does in fact
That's number 5.
apply. But I don't see where else that is done.
Isn't that
Maybe
number 5?
Oh, and 5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I guess since we're talking about the individual that's certifying it, we should be sure that that is included in the certification.
Well, I think the name of the individual and contact information or something. Is that
right?
Or at least a company and company contact info.
Yeah.
I'd suggest using the word organization instead of company.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Name, organization, and contact information.
Yeah.
Okay, other suggestions for this compliance report?
On number 5, there's another production size statement about solar or on-site renewables. I think we should state energy produced, not size.
The production size and annual or estimated annual
energy production.
Right.
Okay.
That might be a bit complicated because most softwares, when you do a modeling procedure, you'll put in the capacity and it will do an hourly simulation to determine the output. And so you're supposed to put in the actual size of the system and let the software calculate the actual production based on orientations and such. So I think you're actually gonna make that a very complicated procedure.
Right now, the R406 table gives you credit for an estimated kilowatt hours. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's using like PV watts, but and so what PV watts is doing is taking your installed amount and then basing it to your location and then giving you an output. So our software, a modeling software of some sort that we're working with here would do the same, like Seam or whatever. They put in the actual size of the software of the PV production, and then the software would adjust for its actual production based on its site, number of sunshine days, all that kinds of fun stuff.
Yeah, but we would want, the code official would want the number of kilowatt hours estimated because that would generate the number of R406 for the R406, right?
Yeah, and they could do that like the PV watts. I would just make sure that most likely the certificate they're going to hand you is going to be printed out of their software. So maybe an addendum or something they could attach to it, not make sure that's not part of the actual certificate itself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, how would you word that?
Provide additional information supporting or additional documentation supporting PV production, estimated PV production.
Annual. Yep, that sounds good. Okay.
We're not talking just PV here.
True. Right. It could be, you're correct. It could be, wind
Renewable energy
generation or.
Yep, renewable energy production. Okay, we are 2/3 of the way through this code. I believe in my heart of hearts that if we went until 2 o'clock, we could finish the thing today. That requires many of you to stick around, and probably a 10-minute break so people can get lunch in a bit. So does anybody, we kind of took a straw poll earlier and it sounded like people could stick around. So does anybody want to make a motion to extend the meeting until 2 o'clock or such time as we get through the code?
Here, I'll extend it. I'll propose to extend the meeting.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion, we have a second. And just to restate the motion, I think the motion was to extend the meeting until such time as we finish the code or 2 o'clock. Amy.
Yeah, I think I missed the straw poll, but I will need to leave the meeting at noon. So I don't know if you did hopefully you keep warm though.
Okay, we will.
I would like to have it a hard stop at 2 o'clock. I'm not optimistic that we're going to get through everything by 2 o'clock, and I have to go at 2.
Okay, Mark.
I can't do that. Just so you know, I'd have to leave. I don't know if that'd break your quorum or not, but I can't stay till 2.
Yeah, this is Craig. I can probably stay till 1-ish. And if I have to, I can move a 1 o'clock meeting. I really do want to hear some of the upcoming stuff on energy credits and fuel normalization.
That is a fairly significant thing yet to do. I certainly think we can get through a 405, and we should right now. But after that, I'm not so sure we're up for doing all of the rest of it.
Well, keep in mind, there's not
Any changes to
ICC
that?
changes to C406 or R406.
All right. Yeah, that's true. We have made things that are complicating for us, 406. We don't necessarily have to resolve them today or any other time, but I was thinking we'd have some of that discussion at least.
Yeah, if we
not.
adopted the baselines of 2021, which it looks like we did earlier off the chart, then the 406.3 will need some significant love.
Oh, both of them. That's right. Yeah.
That's not our task today.
No, but making it to where it's a drivable language kind of is like the mashup piece of it, and we've adopted a lot of baselines, so they're no longer applicable, if that makes sense. So they really couldn't stay in the code.
Well, we haven't exactly adopted them yet, so that's a different matter.
Yeah. What we did in the commercial is that we decided that it would be too complicated to look at the energy efficiency credit table in the mashup. We knew there were issues, but we decided that it would be, and we knew that there would be a lot of proposals in that area, so we'd be revisiting anyway. So for the commercial code, we knew we were not going to end up with the same thing we had in the base code. So we left it to the code proposals to clean it all up.
Right.
So, and that'd be my hope today, but you're the tag, you can do what you will. I'm just trying to, go ahead.
I support that notion very strongly.
So, Irina.
Would it make sense to just go down like the roll call list and make sure we'll have quorum?
Yes.
What everyone's availability is.
We could certainly do that. Krista, do you want to call out names and then people can just shout out how long they can stay? Like,
Hey, Mike Fowler,
Yes, for 2 o'clock.
Mark Sniffen,
12's the best I can do.
Okay.
Wade Craig,
2 o'clock.
Dwayne, Johnlin,
he's already asleep.
he's muted.
He might have stepped away.
Yeah. Jonathan Jones.
Yes, I could stay till 2.
Dave Balon,
I can stay till 2,
Lisa Rosenau.
assuming we take a lunch break.
Oh,
Yeah, we would.
I'll stay till 2. I am an alternate.
Yeah.
Since David's staying till 2, then I'll just be here for fun.
David Reddy,
I need to drop off at noon.
Kevin Dwell,
Good for 2. I need a break at 1 to 1:30, but Gary's he's the lead on this.
Is Gary still here?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay,
I can stay till 2 if needed.
sorry, I thought you had gone already.
I had
Andrew-
gone and I'm back. Thank you.
Andrea Smith? Irina?
I'd have to drop off at 1:30.
And Chris Burrows?
I'm good till 2.
Amy Willis?
I'm gonna drop off at noon.
And did Poppy join us?
Amy, could you email Poppy and see if she can join us?
Greg Davenport?
I can stay till 1, and if Albert can stay till 2, then we've got it covered. I don't know about Albert, though.
Albert can stay till 2, but I hate to speak out of sequence.
You are the next on the list, so. Henry Odom?
I'm good till 1:30.
Gavin Tenold?
I can stay till 2. It'd be good to get like a 15-minute break, 10-minute break before we jump into it, though.
I think we're going to do that.
John Lang?
I can be here till 1, but I'm Gavin's alternate, so it sounds like we're covered.
And Luke Howard?
So Dwayne and Luke, we didn't hear from Dwayne, John or Luke. We didn't hear from either of you.
I can bring Dwayne.
Okay. Krista, are you counting?
Yeah, we are too short of a quorum until 2 o'clock, but we should have a quorum until 1:30.
Okay.
Go.
All right. Well, let's go until 1:30 then. So we have a motion to extend. We have a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we're extending. To use everybody's time, let's go until noon, and then we'll take a 10-minute break. So let's continue with R405. Okay, we were talking about the certificate of occupancy or compliance certificate.
And now I'm lost.
We had just talked about the solar production
Right there on
side.
6.7.
Yeah, I thought I put in a sentence there, though. It's not.
I could have swore you did too, honestly.
Well, this is a different
the wrong spot.
section.
Okay.
Yeah.
There it is.
So there's
Yeah,
two
yeah.
different, one's for the application and one's for the certificate of occupancy.
Yeah, and there you go. And the language you put in is just right there on number 5.
So do we want to add that for both, for the certificate of occupancy as well?
Now I'm unmuted. I apologize. I don't see the need to resubmit documentation when it was already provided at the permit stage, unless somehow the mechanicals were changed. I think at that time, the AHJ, if they're concerned, could ask for a new calculation.
running into a lot of issues with systems getting installed in the case of solar in places that initially were not permitted. Various issues with coordination with plumbing trades, ventilation trades, fire inspectors. I mean, I think it would need to be asked for again in the way of confirming that the calculated amount of energy as installed is what is in the performance model.
So copy paste the additional documentation into this one.
What about the individual performing the testing? Do you want to put all the contact information and organization in this one as well?
Yeah, that makes sense. Their organization and contact information.
I can't spell this afternoon.
Yeah, and that should probably be
wrong.
it should be right after individual. Or something like that. Name and organization. Name, yeah, okay. Yep, that sounds good. Okay. Looks good. Of course, makes sense. Oh, mechanical ventilation. Okay, do you want to talk about the blue area?
So the top line is the existing. This is the current state requirements for surface water heating. And this is the new proposed ICC language. And I had no idea which direction to go on this, which would be.
I think we need both to a certain degree. The state language includes a description of what the system is for heating the water. And then the amendment includes a lot of information about the amount of hot water used and this new factor for compactness. I can't pull it all apart, or I don't have a recommendation of how to resolve that, but because there's a bunch of footnotes associated with the state language that have a bunch of additional information.
Is the ICC guy still on here? Because this is a good question, because this is a modeling section, and I'm kind of curious to see how this lines up with their ICC 301 modeling procedure. I think maybe we lost them. Because my question is well, Henry and David, you're on here. Can SEAM be modified for these restrictions?
Well, SEAM doesn't actually do this internally. You have to bring it in and you calculate it. This isn't actually what's in the 301 requirements, although it might be a better requirement. I just haven't worked through it to see what it was. The 301 requirements are all 1 plus NBR, but the factors that they get multiplied by them are different. So, and I don't work with that enough to know anything about whether that's, I've always been worried about this because number of bedrooms, because hot water use goes with occupancy and occupancy goes with number of people in the house and number of bedrooms does not. It's correlated, but correlated more weakly and certainly not 1-to-1. Which one of these is in the current code? Just the black material? Yeah.
And all the red is with the 2021 IECC's changes, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Which
I'd have to assume that would have to line up with the 301 standards then.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't, but it might be similar by the time you do all the calculations.
Yeah, because I mean, this is the simulated performance path. So I'm just kind of curious as to what softwares you can actually go in and tweak these numbers. What softwares would you actually have the ability to go in and control this to ensure that you're in alignment with the code?
Well, I interpret it as something you calculate outside of this, the compactness factor is described on how to determine that down below, and it's based on a drawing. You analyze the drawing. So you'd input this, determine what the compactness ratio factor and put it into the software. But I'm not aware
Can we
of
scroll
any.
down just a little bit so I can see it? I'm limited to one computer screen today. My wife is now working remotely too. I apologize. So I'm kind of limited to my screen size today.
It's down, there's a footnote associated with this compactness factor, footnote I. And
thank you.
Yeah.
From what I can see, this is all straight out of ICC.
Right, and this is a mashup of two separate code change proposals to ICC. One that has the compactness and the other one changed the factor.
Compact hot water system is definitely a good goal. Is this in the permit application worksheet, or how does this get documented and verified?
So this one's in the modeling procedure, Greg. So I'm assuming that the verification would then fall upon either the rater or the jurisdiction, depending on whether or not the verifier is doing the energy code inspections on behalf of the jurisdiction or not.
It's a great goal. I'm not sure it's going to be consistently enforced out there in the field, but it's worth trying to do.
Yeah, in section 6 of footnote I has, the requirement for what you show on the drawing. But it is strange that this is only in the compliance approach. I mean, this seems like it could easily be in the prescriptive path as well. Although I don't know, I guess how that might be an R406 option maybe.
Yeah, the new 301 software is they want to know the longest line set, and then it does a bunch of backdoor math. So I'm assuming it does something very similar to this. I'm just not certain it lines up 100% in the 301's requirements for that hot water calculation. I'm assuming they probably do, because ICC does do a pretty good job of keeping their stuff aligned. But there is in rim rate, ecotrope, and energy gauge a water distribution line set calculation that you are supposed to do.
So is it logical to conclude if this is in the model code, then the software will get updated to some extent to include this kind of calculation?
Yeah, I mean, I could share my rim rate software on the screen if you guys really wanted to show you what that looks like, but it asks you for the longest line set and that kind of stuff. It does some assumptions for vertical climbs, and then it does some backdoor calculations, which is probably very similar to that math that you're seeing there in the 405 simulation.
Does it let you work with line 4 and start kind of zoning out a building?
No, it's not that complicated. It just wants the longest line set because it wants to know how long that how much water is being. It's also going to be moved into the HERS H2O calculations and water loss calculations, and so they're looking for the longest line set. Is there a recert pump, and how insulated is that line set for how long it takes for it to go cold again? I think Gary Klein is the gentleman that got a lot of that stuff implemented in the 301.
I guess the question before us is, do we go with the old Washington State Energy Code language, which is fairly simple with some footnotes, 4 footnotes, or do we go with the new language, which might align us, which would align us more with the national codes?
So I'll just make a quick comment. I very much like the new language. Even in Gary Klein land, just being able to segment plants in multifamily buildings rather than one large plant is just really helpful. Even from a modeling standpoint, I would imagine, and compactness.
And the 4 footnotes that are on it currently would still be retained for the new language, in addition to the footnote I, just to clarify.
Well, I'll be honest on one aspect, just to throw that there real quick. Even if we decided to strike this information, it will still be in the modeling softwares in one form or another. So I don't know if it would be a benefit to strike the information. It's just unique. I just don't know how it lines up is all I'm saying. You're not gonna be able to separate it out of most of the most commonly used modeling software.
Okay, so it seems like keeping the red language, and if we did that, would we then strike out the old Washington State Code language?
Yes. It's David. I would say that the same system type as proposed, same system efficiency as required by that the first part seems like it should be retained, and then the use gets replaced.
It's hard to tell, Chris. Is this the same sort of, because the table's cut? Are these different rows, or are these the same row?
Which,
like, is this one big? That's a really horrible line, but is that one row, or?
this is how it shows in the ICP code.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
So it says just as proposed. That's
for the efficiency of the water heater. Is no matter what water heater you put in the unit during the modeling process, it will be the same as the proposed. So you'll get no savings, no energy savings for putting in a more efficient water heating system. It'll assume the baseline is the same as proposed.
Okay, and that's the intent of when they changed it.
Is that the intent, Jonathan?
That is the intent for the 405. The 405 is supposed to be like a souped up UA calculator, so to speak. And 406 was for overall performance. Washington historically has taken the two and combined them. So that's where you're seeing the differences here.
It may be that's how 405 is elsewhere, but that was never at least that's not my recollection of what we required for 405. So I'm not, the fact that we're not, it makes it's noticeably less useful actually, but maybe that's okay.
So yeah, see, the as proposed is our own language. It's always been the same. There's been no water savings in our 405 simulations. Only penalty, no savings.
In the R2 multifamily side, will this prevent someone from doing a semi-centralized heat pump hot water system?
No, the new modeling softwares allow you to designate if you're sharing the systems or not in the modeling process.
Great.
I think it wouldn't give you any credit though for doing it.
Yeah, the
Right.
405, this 405 language would make it so that's the best you could say is it didn't get any worse.
Yeah, in the National 405, you cannot get any savings for mechanicals, but you can get savings for their distribution systems. So air tightness, duct leakage, and probably this compact water ratio would be able to give you some sort of small benefit in the calculation.
That certainly wasn't our intent in 405 previously. That those were supposedly included in the simulation. Doesn't sound like that's really how it is in this change.
Yeah, I'd agree that the heating and cooling system has similar language. It's supposed to be the federal or, the minimum efficiency required for the system type.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the point of having this kind of simulation available if you're not going to actually take into account the rest of the components of the system.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I kind of forgot that we're really multifamily 3 and down. So my point about zoning out was not really useful in this context.
There probably are cases where it is, but mostly not.
Understanding correctly, this portion is about hot water consumption, not system efficiency, and that efficiency is dealt with elsewhere. Is that true?
It's the line right above it that they have highlighted in gray right here that talks about the efficiency of the unit and how there's no savings. And it's the same with the cooling system above it and the heating system above it. And so that's why they're talking about it. It's just right above this red line.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think this, it seems appropriate to just take that sentence, same system type, federal minimum, and put it in, right there. And that's consistent with our current code with the addition of the use.
Okay, so does everybody see what's on the screen? Is this what we think generally is a good approach baseline for proposals to affect?
It certainly does. It certainly does make a completely stupid addition to the code, and so it does invite code changes that may be helpful.
That's a glowing review. Okay, is anybody uncomfortable with moving forward with what we have on the screen? Okay, then let's take a 10-minute break. 12:22, we will be back here to
let's take a little longer break, just for those of us that are trying to go get a cup of coffee.
Okay, how about 13 minutes? How about
all right, whatever.
12:25?
Okay.
12:25. See y'all then.
Sorry, Chill.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Everybody who's still here. So if this was in the before times, this was 3 years ago, when we did the same thing. I bought pizza for everybody for every tag meeting, and we would sit around and eat pizza and chat casually for the 10 or 15-minute break. So I miss those convivial times and a time to kind of talk to everybody and get to know everybody a little bit better. So it's unfortunate we don't have that. This cycle, hopefully we'll get back to in-person meetings at some point in the future this cycle, but we'll see about that. All right, so we had, I think, generally agreed to move forward with what's in blue here. And so we are, hopefully David Balin got his coffee, and we're gonna move forward with the rest of this. So duct location is the only other thing on the screen right now. Does anyone have, kind of makes sense to keep it? Okay, let's move on.
I kind of get the feeling we're the only two in the room right now.
I was wondering about that.
I'm here.
Greg's back.
Greg's here.
And I made it back just now.
I'm just back now.
All right.
I'm
we
here,
do have-
this is Gary.
Yep.
Lisa's
I'm
back.
here. Oh, but not an official member.
Wade, do you have your hand raised?
Yeah, on thermal distribution system, I've been sitting here racking my brain trying to think of a cooling system that doesn't have a fan and having a difficult time coming up with one.
Chilled water radiant system.
Yeah, for sure. Not many, but it's definitely something we're doing.
All righty then.
Okay, so we are moving on. There's footnotes. I don't know if we wanted to look at the footnotes in here.
This was just footnote I that we looked at previously.
Yep. And that gets us to R406, and we can have a discussion on it, but my thought is that we would leave R406 untouched unless we can make some really surgical importance to substantive comments, and then let proposals clean up the language to the rest of the code. That's what we did in the commercial code, and I think it worked well. But obviously, you're the tag. You get to make the decisions about what we do or don't do today.
I think I agree with you, Michelle. This is a complicated problem. And what we just did with the with 402 makes it so that we have either to change what we did with 402 or to change what we do with 406, especially section 1, or both, going one way with one and one way with another of the requirements. So I think this is a really much more complicated question that should actually be addressed during code changes.
Okay, great. Wade, you have your hand up?
I probably still have my hand up. I'll take it down.
Yep. Okay, and then the only changes in here that you see in red are just section numbers that are just being updated so that when people read the integrated draft, they will be able to find the right sections. So I get the sense from other conversations in this conversation that everybody's okay with skipping 406 and just putting it in the integrated draft as it was in the 2018 code with a few modifications of section numbers. Okay, that gets us to R407, certified passive house, which was not, there's no changes
That's
suggested.
again a state amendment, so.
State amendment, so we don't really have anything. And in existing buildings, which is becoming more and more important.
And this, they just put in some clarifying language that if you don't touch it, you don't need to fix it. And cleaning up compliance. And I know we did something in the commercial code to move the space conditioning, and I did not do the same thing to the residential. But this is how it got moved in the IECC. And for the life of me, I can't remember right now what Lisa ended up doing. I think we ended up with a new section maybe. And I can revise this to be consistent with what was proposed for the commercial, or we can move forward with ICC or whatever your wish is right now.
Lisa.
Hi, sorry, I had to step away. Yeah, what we did in the commercial code is we moved change in space conditioning over to the same section as change in occupancy. So, and then align the language. I mean, that was a you know, it's a substantial code change to piece all that together.
So R505 is change of occupancy.
Yeah. So what we did is we just aligned the language for the two different alteration types. Now I haven't dug into this yet to really see how this is, how it's different than the way it was actually in the commercial code. Chris, it wasn't in the commercial code. Change of space conditioning was under alterations, right? Not under additions.
No, it was originally proposed as under additions.
Oh,
because you're adding new space.
Got it.
Yeah, that was their rationale.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah. Well,
I think that we don't have quite the same complexity here since we're basically dealing with the residential code and it's a particular occupancy.
Yeah.
This particular section is relevant to how you change space conditioning within an occupancy. And it's, I mean, leaving aside what it says and doesn't say, it doesn't seem like it's a bad place for it to be, since that's it could be an alterations, but I think every place in the code further down where something like that happens, it refers back to 502.2. So unless there's something about 502.2 that's egregiously wrong, then I think maybe this is a reasonable place to put it, and may not require, I mean, it may require some additions, but it sounds like a code change to me.
Yeah, that would be my recommendation. And you know, I'm happy to take a look at this and see if it warrants the same level of effort, but not something, it feels like it wouldn't be something that could be tackled today. You know, leave it where it is and then wait for code change proposal.
That makes sense. Yeah, and to earlier points, you know, you're not going to have that many changes of use within a residential occupancy. It's just if you change something that's not a residential to residential, or you change unconditioned space to conditioned space. So
yeah, that's the only part that is helpful to at least have the two in alignment, and that is if you have a change of occupancy where you're going from a commercial use, so say an old school that's converted to, you know, apartments, right, or you know, lofts, you know, that would, because they wouldn't be 3 stories, or, you know, it's multifamily, but it's low rise. So it would end up being something that would have to comply with the residential code. So I think there's some dots that could be evaluated to make sure they're connected correctly.
Yeah. I mean, I think that this is at least roughly the intent of our existing building section, that we basically, when we go to this, we're making a change in the insulation requirements and all kinds of other requirements that associate with unconditioned space. And this more or less covers us, I think, at least in my initial reading, that we're going to get a building that is at least nominally compliant with the R402. I suppose you might mention R406 in the process. That wouldn't be such a bad thing either. But other than that, and we're not going to rate, the IECC wouldn't mention for R406 because it doesn't have that section.
Yeah, that's a good point. And that is something that part of the proposal for commercial was just to include all those references. So it was really clear, even though it says, you know, it shall comply with the current code. It's just nice to make sure that there's some additional pointers, which was in the which was actually removed from the commercial language by the IECC, and we put it back in.
I mean, this language does point to things. We probably should be sure that it's pointing to all the things we mean in these different characteristics, and that clearly is going to take some additional attention. I don't know if it's more than one sentence, but it's something.
Yeah. Code change proposal.
Yeah.
I guess when I look at R502.2 and exception 2, Dwayne's rocking out. And I look at exception 2, I wonder if it means that none of it would says shall be required to be brought into full compliance with this code. I wonder if exception 2 means you only have to do the envelope, but you don't have to do anything else.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like, and I think we probably need to fix that.
Yeah, because that seems like that's moving backwards if you don't have to do anything else other than make sure the UA is. And basically these exceptions were taken from the strikeouts below, that the total UA was from the building envelope exception, which made it clear that it was only regarding building envelope.
Right.
Whereas
Well,
in this case, we could add some
it
language.
also makes it clear that we don't get to use the 406 credits, or don't have to use it in existing buildings, which I don't think was our intent previously.
Yeah, because additions and additions had to get 3 credits, and then additions under 150 had to get 1.5 credits. And we know there'll be code proposals to modify those, but yeah.
Yeah, this one is, you know, maybe for single family homes, you know, where you're going to take a garage or something and convert it. Maybe it's not such a big deal, but you're talking about multifamily building. I think that would be definitely a step back.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think if the exceptions stayed where they were before, that would be more clear that the building envelope exception is only for building envelope. And I guess is and then R405.1.2 that's stricken is the R405 path. And so exceptions 1 or 3 might reasonably work in there. Jonathan.
So on the exemption 2, I know what everybody's afraid of, but I think with maybe some little bit of a language change, you could probably help the industry out and allow them to use the UA calculation of the whole building to prove code compliance for the envelope measures.
No.
The base load envelope measures, not saying they're exempt from the other selections, but this would really help out, like say, 2018 built home, they want a small little addition for an office because everybody's working from home for COVID. Trying to find energy credits is very, very difficult. So if they could use a UA calculator to prove that the overall envelope meets and move on, and for some of that aspect, right, that would, and then obviously it's out to pick their 4063, but opening up the whole building could definitely help in situations where we handle a lot of odd situations in technical code support hotline calls.
Yeah, so I guess just I'm trying to interpret that in code language. And basically we take this, the total UA sentence, and maybe not use the word generated, but the total UA, the total code compliant UA for the existing building or something.
Yeah, maybe used in lieu of, because sometimes there's like, sometimes there's like small spaces they just can't get enough insulation into because of the way the addition just ended up being. You know, I mean, obviously it could be designed better, but we're looking for aesthetics and the whole general building industry as a whole. There are some situations where if you could open up to a whole building UA calculator, you're not losing the intent of the code for energy loss. You're just giving them a tool where they can move around the small little hiccup spot, if that makes sense.
So Jonathan, would you propose that we do this limiting the size of the addition or change somehow? I mean, obviously, you would like to be able to limit this to some extent.
I think when I see additions, I believe anything of 500 square feet smaller is our typical like lockdown for Washington. So I would be completely in alignment with 500 or less could use the whole building calculation. Anything above that, you're just kind of building a new space anyways. You know what I'm saying?
No. Okay.
Excuse
And then
me, could I mention that in the section right below that, we've stricken the existing Washington State code amendment that for residential, which I thought was in a better place and did the job more correctly. So why don't we go back to our own language instead of this exception too?
I tend to agree with that one. Kevin. Lisa.
Sorry, I was muted.
Okay, go ahead.
I think Dwayne has a great proposal. It also appears that we are deeply veering into code change proposal territory here, or we're wordsmithing the heck out of this.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
This could be an example of something that we need to flag and offer an incentive to doing something intelligent as opposed to what is in these IECC changes.
Yeah, so what I was going to say about this is, and maybe I'm not reading this right. So in the commercial code, of course, it's really clear, and I think maybe it mentions it here as well, that you can demonstrate compliance with the addition standalone, or you can combine the addition with the existing building. I mean, I think that's the gist of that. But what's problematic about that exception, which I think could potentially be a rollback, which would be why we might not want to accept the IECC language, is that it does appear that it's allowing you to not have to meet the current code. At least that's the way I'm reading it. That so yeah, so that if so it's a rollback, so if everybody thinks that that's a good idea to give some flexibility for a very small addition, great. But I agree with David is that if that exception were to stay, there should be a square foot limit on when it can be used.
So what I'm hearing is I like the removing exception 2 as stricken, and putting it under the building envelope is a good for going forward. That seems like that's worthwhile. And what we do with the exceptions 1 and 3 is still a question.
Well, it's R405, so we're far less concerned about that.
So if that section or if that exception remains, though, is that because it doesn't have a square foot limit, like an addition, not greater than X number, like what Jonathan was suggesting.
Which exception are you talking about, Lisa?
Number 2.
Okay, I think we're agreeing to strike it and.
Okay, sorry, I missed that.
Sorry, and relocate the language where it originally was under building envelope, so it's entirely clear that it only accepts you from the building envelope requirements.
Okay, this was existing language under the envelope, and it was removed. Is that the deal, or is this new?
We had existing language under building envelope for an exception for saying if the building envelope of the addition shall comply with the UA as determined by a section of the existing building and the addition, and any alterations that are part of the project is less than or equal to the UA generated for the existing building, then you comply with the building envelope, but nothing else necessarily.
Ah, okay, got it.
So then exceptions 1 and 3 are where we previously had the language just off the page below this, under existing plus addition compliance. And that language was maybe taken up by the exception 1 and 3 above. And they all use R405. That's a commonality between exception 1, 3, and the section that was stricken by the IECC.
I think if we're going to do anything to this beyond what you just did, we're going to need a code change. Getting this integrated with an R405 requirement seems like it requires some careful work, and I don't think we're in the position to do that. And it doesn't look like anybody else did it either at the IECC level.
No, I don't think exception 3 is. I think that's moving us backwards. Because if you had a poorly performing building, it doesn't necessarily.
I see what you mean. Yeah, that's true. Sure.
Require that you
that one out too.
I don't see how exception 3 doesn't move us backwards.
Okay.
I agree. We need to strike exception 3. It's a rollback.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay, so we have exception 1, which is basically similar to
exception
the
3.
Well, it's similar to what we had down below that was struck in R502.1.2. It's not the same.
It doesn't look struck. Is it struck?
Yeah, what Krista's highlighting right now is struck. I mean, it's struck by this current integrated draft, but we could bring it back and get rid of exception 1 if we wanted to.
Why don't we get rid of all these exceptions and leave the one we had? That could stand some work as well, but it's not as bad as the IECC ones.
Yeah, I agree with David's opinion on that.
Exception 1 is a rollback as well.
Yeah, I think he's right.
Right.
We just take the whole exception thing out. Yeah, there you go.
That exception 1, I would have to comment from the phone line. It's been in national codes for a while, and it's pretty much turning the home into a user-defined reference home and then comparing your new end home to that home. And you're not supposed to be able to use more than 110%. This is why we kind of came up with our 500 square foot exemption requirements. This kind of modeling procedure would help out with people who are doing like a 9 square foot addition.
Are they going to model it?
And we see tons of this stuff. I mean, you know what? Right now, the problem is they're just not pulling permits. They're just going rogue. So the question is, I don't know. I'm just looking for a viable path. I'm just putting out that this is a hot topic on the code line. And if there's anything that can be done to get people to stop going permitless on these additions would be great.
Does the exception in the current state language handle that at all?
The state language has 100, or our state language does not. It says you can use the simulated performance path, but you can't increase the energy use for your building with an addition. Right. Well, anytime you add any space to a building, you're going to add some sort of energy use to it.
This doesn't matter. No one ever uses formal energy modeling for a very small residential addition.
Right.
Well, right now they can't use the modeling for anything in the code. It's not set up to work.
Yeah, but for your 9 square foot addition, the
TV.
modeling would cost more than the work would.
Well, you're saying nobody's using it, and that's kind of an unfair statement. Nobody's using it because nobody can use it.
On to the original question, it looks like the existing existing exception covers it. It's either equal to or less than the existing building energy use. So that means build as well as the existing system is.
It's true. I'm also worried that I think this is fine, but then I'm worried about the language up at the top, R502.2, that said you have to do all this stuff. And now we don't have any exceptions. We just have other sections in the code. So I don't know if from a code language perspective, R4 or R502.2 is required, full stop. And then all these other things, are they exceptions to it, or are they?
It's a good point. Now that we got rid of all 3 exceptions, and we already have that good language down below, the charging paragraph doesn't make any sense anymore. It's too restrictive.
Agreed.
Okay, so we strike that. Basically, we're going to Washington State Energy Code Residential. 2018.
Fix the IUCC problem, that's for sure.
Okay, Lisa, you have your hand up. Okay, hands down.
And I'll fix all the numbering offline.
Okay, so basically, other than HVAC ducts newly installed as part of an addition, we have, well, I guess let's talk about the other couple markups. I guess they make sense. Exception 3 being strict, is that something you care about?
That seems fine.
This thing right here is, I guess, the only.
Basically, it's saying now you have to insulate the new duct, which I think is fine.
That's what do I.
Okay, well, I think we've achieved consensus that the Washington State Energy Code was pretty decent to begin with. R503, the alterations.
That same 40-foot line linear duct is here in this exemption section. So if you struck it from one, are we intending to strike it from the other?
And that exception is to testing.
Mm-hmm.
And for an alteration, that could be challenging. But the testing, that is.
Okay, I'm not hearing other discussion on the 40 feet being tested.
I think the implication is that we're not testing the 40 feet, we're testing the whole duct system and ensuring that it complies.
No, I think it's saying that if that you can have up to 40 feet, but also if you read that, there's something grammatically wrong with the sentence. It's missing a verb or something.
What?
Yeah, what it's saying is if you're extending your existing duct system over and it's less than 40 feet, you're not required to test your duct system.
Less than 40 feet in unconditioned space.
Oh,
But 40 feet in unconditioned space is a
that's
lot.
a lot.
We have something somewhere else for 10 feet, right? But that is too much.
That's a code change proposal because we didn't
This
want
is our language.
Yep.
They snuck it by last time.
Well, no, this isn't our language.
In 503.21.
ICC had changed this to just say where ducts are extended to an addition, they're exempt completely. Whereas we had, and then they deleted out the rest of this. So if you had you wouldn't have to test regardless.
Right.
And then
So that was a definite decrease in stringency.
I don't remember when we put this in, but it's beginning to sound like we must have made a compromise that was
No, this
fairly,
is ICC language, yeah, so,
the 40 feet linear unconditioned, et cetera.
yeah.
Oh, so it came from one previous version of that.
Yes.
40 feet of uninsulated duct is an awful lot.
It's not uninsulated. It's just about testing the duct for
Oh,
leakage.
okay.
It's in
Well, but
unconditioned
still, it's a
space.
lot.
I mean, bringing it up to current code would be better.
Yeah.
well, so we could eliminate this exception if we wanted, and then someone could do a code change proposal to add it back in, or a more thoughtful version of it in.
Can we
Yes, do
eliminate
that.
it? And at this point, because it's in the existing code, it's not really them.
Well, the existing code now reads where ducts from an existing heating and cooling system are extended to an addition.
That's
So,
what it says in our code.
no, this is the
That's
2021 ICC changed that language that you see here
Right.
to where ducts from an existing heating and cooling system are extended to an addition.
And then no tests shall be required.
No testing is required, so
So we're kind of
If-
better off with the 40 feet.
Yeah,
which is why I had left it in there to begin with,
right.
but
I think we might want to do a code change later on this, but she left us with the existing language because it's the best language of the two. Doesn't that mean we
Correct.
put it up for code
Right.
change later?
Yes.
Yep. That sounds
that would
good.
be my advice, yes.
And again, remember, this is alterations, not additions, the section that we are talking onto. So they are looking for 40 linear feet within an alteration. Like say maybe I remodeled my kitchen and I had to move a duct piece somewhere. That's what this is referencing.
No. Okay, we'll move forward with the language as we see on the screen. Changes in space conditioning will actually go into a different section, right? Or no? Yeah, changes in space conditioning.
Yeah, this was the one that it was originally moved over to our 502.2, and then we struck it from there, so now it's in neither.
Is this part of our code now?
Yes,
But that is considered an addition in this code.
in the 2021, it was an alteration in the 2018.
I mean that converting space to from non-conditioned to conditioned is considered an addition, not an alteration.
Correct, but we're talking about the alteration section right now, not the addition section.
But we've
I know,
already
that's why
taken
it
it
should
out
not
of
be.
the addition
Yeah.
section.
We did.
Yeah, well, it shouldn't be an alteration either.
I think the strikeout is appropriate.
Well, I think someone would then look at the code and not know what to do with an change in space conditioning, right? Because we struck it here and we also struck
We
it
don't
up
actually
above.
say anything about space conditioning anymore, huh?
Just that it has to comply with R403.
Well, yeah, and
If
then
they're
we've got
new,
Well,
one sentence here.
and we have a
Okay, yeah.
UA restriction in.
Yeah, this is Lisa. There's just the reason why it was moved in the commercial code is because if you're building an addition, you have an opportunity to, you're going with a whole new envelope, right? It's an addition, where a change in space conditioning has different challenges. You've got an existing structure that now needs to be upgraded, and so that was why it was moved in the commercial code to address that, because it really isn't. It's neither. It's not an addition. It's not an alteration. It's kind of its own animal. But it would be best to keep it in alterations.
No, Lisa, I think you're wrong. I think you're wrong there. I think that in the definition of an addition, conversion of non-conditioned to conditioned space is considered an addition, right? And therefore, this, if you want to have a sentence in there, it should just say any conversion of non-conditioned to conditioned space shall comply with the additions section.
I see.
That's how we. Yep. That's how we currently address garage conversions, right? It's an existing space. They want to condition it. It has to meet the current code.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Right, so and same as basements.
I see. And I think the only part that is, I think didn't fit is that if you have that, and which we struck it, right, that 110% allowance doesn't really belong in additions, right? You only would be allowing that.
Hi, this is Kevin.
As if you have a existing building that you're upgrading because of the inherent challenges of doing that. And so that was the whole point of that, 110%. So that's the gist.
Yeah, it also limits like big, huge, massive alterations from putting in, inefficient equipment in some way backpedaling to if you're only given allowance for a certain percentage increase for the change of things.
Right.
I'm seeing that we probably do need to talk about change in space conditioning somewhere, just so it's clear to people reading the code. Do you generally agree with that?
I would agree with that. I guess the question now is where does it belong? It was in alterations in our code, and the ICC wants to put it in addition. So now we're kind of full circle.
I think just for succinctness today, if we went to R502.2, where we struck out the whole thing, and we just said any non-conditioned or low energy space that was altered to become a conditioned space is considered an addition. And then therefore it's not the best code language I've ever heard, but it at least then gets you to R502.3, R502.4, or no, R502.3, 0.1, 0.2, and 0.3 and 0.4.
Considered an addition?
Is considered an addition, is my way of punting. Wade.
Yeah, in 505.1, it's change of occupancy or use, and it refers to unconditioned spaces becoming conditioned.
Okay, you're right. And then it says comply with R502, which
Ah.
is kind of what we just did, or what we just said.
Interesting.
Okay, so I think that is copacetic with the suggestion just made about considering a change of use and addition.
Yeah, the only thing that's now is the allowance, the extra 110% allowance when it's an existing envelope that's being upgraded. And so it just, now it's more stringent because that's not allowed anymore.
Could we just take our existing 503.2, make it 502.2 and move it to the appropriate place to replace the language from IECC?
It is the same language.
Not with the exception. Oh, I see. We took the exception out.
Oh, okay. So you're saying if we add back exception 1.
Right. Oh, okay. I mean, I'm okay with not adding back exception 1 and just using that. That's all right. Yeah.
Well, exception 1 is basically.
It's basically this exception here. Yeah.
Yeah, the 110%.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so then I guess the question is, okay, did we just do a code change? Or is this, within, like, if we put that exception back in, then we're maintaining the original Washington State language, and we're not no longer striking everything that was coming from IACC. If we strike that exception, then that would be technically a code change because it's now more stringent than either. So we need to keep that exception.
It is a code change to the ICC language, however.
Yeah. I'll let y'all figure out if that's a code change or not.
Well, I think what we're doing is we're trying to take the best of both worlds. I think if we if we agree that keeping exception 1 is from the IECC and our 502.2 slightly modified languages from the IECC, then we are, I think, fulfilling our duty. The only question is, does exception 1 move us backwards or not? I think that's the only question in my mind as far as what we're allowed to do. Does exception 1 move us backwards?
I think it would depend on the space that the addition is creating, to be honest with you. If it was just a gigantic open great room kind of space, then that 10% probably might be a little favor on the less side. But if you're adding things like kitchens and bathrooms and stuff, then you're probably being pretty restrictive with that 10% bump over an existing home. So I think it would depend on the situation to have a good solid answer for you.
Okay, well, if it's indeterminate at this point, then we probably can't do it at this right now. We probably can, is what I'm suggesting. Because it's coming from the IECC, as long as it doesn't move us backwards.
And it is currently in the existing code.
Okay.
There are loan programs that align with this too. Freddie Mac's green loan program and stuff. So I think that's why it's in there. There's a lot of lending standards that are in line with this requirement.
Okay, so if we, yeah, okay. Let's take a minute and think through what we just did and scroll through it and see if we have any more clarifications or questions.
Oh, okay. So in effect, we just moved our old 503.2 to 502.2.
Yeah, which is
everything is the same besides that. So.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Except for saying shall be brought into full compliance, it now says shall be considered an addition.
I guess going back to the original language and saying shall be.
Yeah, I like the original language better.
Yep, let's go back to the original language.
Agreed.
Okay. Take a minute and think through this, scroll through it, and then I think we have a consensus solution here. Okay. Repairs, no changes. R405. It's just the R405.1.1, which kind of agreed to in general. Are there any changes in the reference standards that we should?
So is it true that we don't reference ResNet?
No, but the good news, David, is all of ResNet stuff now is an ICC standard. They're an ICC/ResNet/ANSI standard, like the 380, the 301, the 310 heat pump commissioning. Those are all now ICC ANSI standards too. So we don't have to reference ResNet unless we wish to.
What's not in this list is well, I guess we're not using the performance standard stuff yet. If we ever
New
do,
standards would
probably
be
have to
code
do
change.
some-
New
What?
standards would be code change proposals.
All right. Except for this, oh, we didn't have underwriters laboratories before?
The NIA heat pump water heaters really outdated.
Yeah, version 8 is about to break.
Yeah,
It's
it's
called-
not out yet though, is it?
No, it's
It's also
not.
called the
Version
advanced
4 is-
water heating.
So code change proposal.
Yep.
All right.
I have a crazy question. I hear that term being thrown out a lot. Has anybody kept track of these code changes proposals?
Yes.
Perfect.
And these are all recorded, and so someone could go back and look at this and put together some code change proposals based on that.
And if someone were to make a proposal that required a standard that's not listed here, then it should be pointed out that they would actually make that as part of their proposal.
Yeah, I try to catch those, but it'd be really helpful to me if you included that in your proposals and also with the full title and the edition year.
And just to be clear about proposals, if we accept a proposal, or if we receive a proposal about a subject, we have the latitude to change some of the numbers in the proposal as the tag considers it and as the building code council considers it. But if we do not receive a proposal about a subject, we cannot change it unless it's editorial or correlation or clerical or something like that. So even if you don't know the exact right answer, if you submit a code change proposal about a subject, I mean, a specific bit of code language, then we can take it up at the tag to more thoroughly vet the numbers and what have you. Okay.
Is my understanding that the 406, R406, the one that we produced, the 406.3, I'm reading this appendix here just because it's up on the screen and our credit selections do not line up with this. This will need to be vetted at that time. Because we need 1.5 credits for additions, and here it says half
No, this is on top of that.
on top of, okay. Thank you for clarification. I'm like, wait, we want to bump these up. Like if this is the total they need, then this needs to read a higher number.
Yeah.
So I got you. Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And this was submitted as a code change proposal last time that jurisdictions could adopt it.
No, jurisdictions cannot adopt it. It is.
Yeah, that's where I was going.
Oh,
with this.
okay.
It was
Yeah,
submitted as a proposal that jurisdictions could adopt it, but the state law precludes jurisdictions from adopting them. So it was changed to something that can't be adopted by jurisdictions, but could be adopted in other forms like a utility incentive program or something.
Okay, I got you. And then does this section cover like any of the appendix Q stuff in the IRC? Like does it scroll down to have anything specific any lower than this for like tiny homes, out of curiosity?
Tiny homes was covered not in the energy code, as I recall from the council meetings.
It was covered in the appendix Q in the IRC. And so it says it has to meet with the usual stuff, but I was just kind of curious to see if that's something that was in that's been brought over by the IECC.
I think that last time we tried to deal with the tiny house and failed to get a consensus and it didn't happen. This time, if that's important, it needs to come in. It needs to come in as a code change. It's not. It isn't here right now, I don't think.
So basically, you have to meet the energy code, but it does give you some options on air leakage.
I mean, there was a move afoot last cycle to make it kind of a whole separate thing, but we just never came to anywhere like a consensus.
Okay.
So this time, but I don't know.
iPhone user.
What?
Hi, Kelly Marcineau. Up here in British Columbia, Canada, the small homes is actually a hot topic for their BC building code department as well. So somebody may want to reach out to them and have that discussion and kind of see what they're doing, because I know they're getting a researcher involved and that type of thing. Just a thought there.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think we'll entertain proposals on tiny homes to be under the energy code separately. Right now, the lowest cutoff is 1,500 square feet, I think. All homes under 1,500 are treated the same. And I think tiny homes could be treated different. And I think 400 square feet is what I recall as being the threshold of that. Anyway, it is time for someone to make a motion to move this entire document as modified to where, Krista?
As the report from the tag to the State Building Code Council.
Okay.
I so move.
Okay, we have lots of people that are moved. So great. When we have a second as well.
I'll second.
Okay, is there further discussion on this package?
What about the sections that are in the IECC that are not in our IECC?
Could you clarify what you mean by that?
ERI index, for instance.
You'd have to introduce that via code change proposal, because that was specifically taken out by the council.
Twice.
Does that make sense, Jonathan? I mean, is it clear? Does it make sense or not?
To an effect, yeah. I mean, this is supposed to match our code against the state code and take whatever is more stringent, and the ERI really hasn't been proved to be less stringent. So I was just kind of curious, but that's fine if it's got to be a change code request to the State Building Code Council. I was just asking why it wasn't at least brought up in the mashup. That was it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good question. So I guess, Krista, or do we not bring up appendices that are part of the ECC? Is that?
Anything that is not adopted would have to, to adopt it would need to be brought up with the code change proposal. We don't adopt any of the ICC, well, or IECC appendices. Typically, we don't adopt appendices at the state level. There are a few that we have done. But yeah, that would have to be done by code change proposal.
Okay. Further discussion. Okay. All in favor of moving this forward, say, all tag members in favor of moving this forward, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. All right, good work, everybody. We're not totally done, but awesome job getting through this today. Sorry it took extra time, but we got through it in one day, so that's good.
Does that mean we're not having the meeting on the 7th?
That means, as far as I know, we don't need a meeting on the 7th.
Okay.
We still have a couple of items that we had homework on. Will we just have those as code change proposals then?
Are you thinking of anything specifically? I think we came back to the Luke Howard one.
There was one on the lighting.
Lighting controls for occupancy sensors.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We decided to keep it as is and, entertain it in proposal.
Yeah, that sounds like the answer.
Excellent.
Okay, back to the agenda. Are there other items that we want to discuss today? Okay, well, we got done by 1:30, so great job, everybody, and we'll see you. So this will go to the Code Council. They'll put it out for review by the public and code change proposals, and then we'll meet again in several months to review all the code change proposals. And I guess Fridays are the days we've typically met. I was assuming we were going to meet Fridays probably 8:30 to 2 for probably 5 to 7 times after we get code proposals. If anybody has any comments on that, please speak up. Kevin.
Just a quick question. So the actual meeting schedule won't be set until the comment period is open. Is that correct?
I think so, because then we'll have a certainty about the date of proposals being completed. And then the proposals will go to the Building Code Council, which will, in all likelihood, forward all of them on to the tag. And then we will be able to consider them.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody. And happy holidays, everybody. And we'll see you probably in a few months.
Thanks, everybody. Happy holidays.
Thanks, y'all. Thanks, everyone. Have a happy holiday.
Well
Thanks,
done.
y'all.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
We are adjourned.